Dobre páni, začíname. Je streda 5.8.2026. Začíname 11.28. Pokračujem v našej fantasmagórii. Je to tvrdo raziť, tvrdo prúdiť a masochisticky šmiclovať. Áno, tvrdé baklažány. Dneska potrebujem spraviť aj ona. Fallout. To bola druhá časť nočného segmentu prezývaného ako Nočas. Takže čo je? Šmíkoš. Horúce noha. Čo si došiel? Ešte mám veľa restov, ešte ma dať šmakom do nosa. Šmakom idem dať ešte do nosa trochu pervitínu, chlapina. Šmíkoš. Čo je? Bojko. Dobre, horúce noha. Čo je? Šmíkoš. Horúce noha. Čo si došiel? Ešte mám veľa ale zvuková stopa sedí. Poďme dať šmakom do osatočku makaronu. Ideš so mnou asi, nie? Ideš so mnou špekačka, nie? Poď. Hadi champion. Champion. Teraz jest to też gorsza. Dobra, zanosím držgačovi. Silný držgač je za nami. Máme tu kofolu, tu budeme nasávať. Ukážeme si ju ako prvú. Takže je to klasická kofola originál ako vždy. Takýto klasický baklažan. Áno, takýto klasický baklažan. Nejaké výživové údaje. 2-litrová paseka, 2-litrový makarón. 2-litrový krkonoš. S nejakými pasekami, áno. No to je všetko, klasická kofola originál, 2-litrový majales. Klasická kofola originál, 2-litrový majales. Takto to vyzerá. Dáme si do nosa, lízneme a ideme ďalej. Ideme ďalej! Dáme si do nosa, lízneme a ideme ďalej. Ideme ďalej! Takže ako prvé spravíme toto a toto. Čo sa deje, chlapina, potrebný? Ale čo je chlapina? Čo je? Čo sme si povedali o to škrekošení? Povedali si, že nebudeme viac škrekošov. To je zbytočné, bude vždy škrekoš. To je v jeho nátore škrekošiť. Byť pofidérnym škrekošom.
a bloody turncoat try to aid pirates. Bugger's been dealt with, but we're down a man. I see ya.
We're down the man. We are down the man. Like that.
That shipment's got to go out. Today!
Oof. Pošleme tam 60%. It's not bad.
Local. G'day.
Тяжко поводить.
Just a little tighter. Oops.
Little tighter. To nám negávať. Často začne vymazávať. Ungaft. Well, kidding me. Kam pošleme tovar?
What do you need?
89 000 vetu. 20 personálne. Nebo 66 000. To je jedno, že je to 20%, je to vet.
Could really use more items to disenchant. At the moment, we're idle.
Je to vet. Je to vet. Je to vet. Máme to na 2 várky.
Local.
Dáme 40.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the
44,5
wind.
v prvé. Za 66 tisícmi. 67. To je 62.
That shipment's got to go out. Today!
To je 49. To je 8 telika. To je 49.
We're not paying you to laze about.
To je
Now give him the
bizmut.
word.
30 000 bizmutu. To je 6600. 6600 bizmutu. Možno za 71.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Amber. Má 26 000 Amber. To je 20%. To je Crimson Hill 180. To je 60% Amber. To sú dobré čísla, vychalkom 81 000. 81 000 vychalkom. No dobrý štos. To vychádza na 16 200, 800 je koľko? Máme 16 200. 41. 46.
Off they go.
Takže máme 3 lode. Máme koľko? 23 000. Čiže veľká šarža. Sú to žalci? Ale nie sú. Sú žalci. Čo 8, keď som spomenul. Takže mi to dalo, ja som mal 63, ja som sa pomýlil. Ja som si myslel, že som mal 64, nedalo mi, ja som mal 63. Ja som mal 63 a dal mi na 64. Som to aj dal tie malé to držím jak jebo. Viac notkov. Koľko máme? 155 bední. Teraz ideálny čas je otvoriť. Pretože to nedáva zmysel. Mám 4 pitchesov. A cooldown majú 4. Stále. To nedáva zmysel, pretože Dudy nemá všetkých. To nedáva zmysel. To nedáva zmysel. Že nemám dostatočne veľa, lebo Dudín má, ak to je možné, že on má rovnaký Hamitov. 4 piču sú cool, musím to pozrieť. Niečo mi uniká. To nie je možné. Tu mám 4 vodárov, 5. Koľko je vodárov na cooldowne?
I love this job.
To nedáva zmysel, že Dudíni má ich vždy a tento ich nemá. Nedáva to vôbec zmysel. Nedáva to logický zmysel, lebo majú všetci rovnaký hamiteo. A jak to, že Dudíni má vždy voda a dezertov? Jak to, že Dudíni vždy má na čas, Tito ich nemá? Teraz to zistím, teraz to rozlúsknem. 4 má na cooldowne, 4 má. Keby som dal hneď od začiatku 5. Toto smrdí, to hneď teraz pozrieť. Lebo on nemá iný habitov, má rovnaký habitov. Vodárov majú, vždy majú 5. Tento strom... Ne, ani tento nemá. To chýbajú 2 a predsa len teraz. Piatich má na cooldowne. Áno, lebo on je inak správený. On má teraz 5 na cooldowne. To znamená 5 budú frišky a 3 tu má, takže má menej. On má túto prvú 14. Ja tak to nepeviem, no. Nie. Lebo on to má inak. Zle to mám správené. Pretože...
Damn, this luggage.
Tito musí začínať tú druhú várku. Tu o 10. Musí začínať s dlhšími. A tento musí druhú várku začínať s 3. Najlepšie. Zas títo imbecilovia. Tu pôjdem na Adentusa. A potom je tak poslíka. Už to má rozumiem. Máme to z dezertov na to. Ale ty potrebuješ zbrán, že? Obidva potrebujete zbrán. On si mi dal všetko aj 2-krát. Ale zbrán nechceš dať. Gébovia. Koľko máš kontaktov? $30,000 do sračky. Budem musieť robiť poler na ženách. Ešte to bez pozrieme, Gebo. Koko! Hej! Špekačka, čo je? Čo je? Čo tam hryzieme nádobu na vodu? Čo sme si povedali o tom? To spravíme, ideme robiť follow.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Koľko mi chýba? Tam som dvoch zložil. Som mal byť hotový. Chýba mi snail. Môžete otvoriť, ale vôbec sa mi nechce to otvárať. Tie sračky. Teoreticky ťa môžem skúsiť. Máš dosť veľa tých báčkov chorých. Vítaj, Exile, vítaj, žlťac. Čo je? Čo je? Poď na plece, poď sa posadiť, ale však čo sa bojíš? No vidíš, aký si Exile, vidíš, ako špekuluješ teraz. Vidíš, aký si húvat. Toto potrebujem. Toto je.
I love this job.
Potresné, jo. Možno sa na to pozriem strašne na týchto pičných 5 dní. 50. A tu nemá ani miesto, táto sedačka chorá. 22, môžeme otvoriť 22. Zvyšok môžem vymazať. Môžeme otvoriť 22. Ešte môžem vymazať. O, získali sme neklas 65. To je upgrade, ne? Že má neklas 65.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Trošku si topánky. 64. Dá sa predať Secret Ports Garb. Budete napredať za tú cenu.
Local?
A pomalu transmutáciu. Pomalu transmutáciu. Môžem vymazať. Otvoríme 22. Bell, earring. Som už aj na oplati. Uncanny nimbleness. To tam stačí to zatiaľ. Dali sme na upgrade, čo je šokujúce. Mám 65 šperky.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Čo šokujúce. Môžeme to vypnúť. Fallout. Šokujúce. Ako sa to menšie? Má nejaké nové updaty? Áno. Čo je to akože zadarmo? Stripped axolotl. Máme nejaké podmazy?
I'll start. Thank you so much for joining for All Flame podcast, and yeah, this is actually being scheduled for like a week before launch. So thank you so much for joining. A bunch of questions prepared, and yeah. Oh, I'll start with an easy one. Are you both playing the league, and like what build are you guys playing?
Hey, you boss.
Well, yeah, I'm still playing the league. I've been through like 3 builds so far, but all of them on Asylum. So I started off with a Luminary leveling with Frigid Bond and using my Merc as a support. And my plan was once I got to Merc Lab, because the Black Cane node was a bit OP, I'm speccing right into this with Soul Rays. So I was doing some zoomy, volatile dead, cast while channeling build. And then I basically just went into the ship and like crafted for like 3 or 4 days, amassed a lot of wealth, and then I put all of that currency into a Lightning Tendrils build, which is a bit OP, so it's feeling pretty good.
And Octavian, what about you?
Yeah, I'm playing in hardcore trade at the moment. I league started with Fizz Dot and unfortunately died relatively early. I was only on like team 9, 10 maps or something. And then, which is kind of like the worst time to rip. Like if you rip in the campaign, it's not that much time lost. If you rip after you're like level 95, you feel like you finished the build.
Oh,
So I ripped right in the middle there.
On the wind.
And then second build was a Tornado of Turbulence Inquisitor. That one got to 97, died last night, unfortunately, on that. And re-rolling with Divine Blast of Radiance.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun.
What did you die to?
I died to a. So I was. I wanted to get a bit more like personal experience with it. So I was like farming a bunch of max investment Abyss on live, and I was doing a thing where I was taking Pantheon Scarabs and using those alongside it, because whenever a Pantheon rare spawns touched by an Abyss, the rare that the Abyss spawns will also have the Pantheon mod. So I'm like, ooh, double value. It turns out Pantheon rares are pretty dangerous.
Yeah, they're insane. Actually, I've been like skipping them a lot. Not so much lately, but yeah, they're kind of crazy. Awesome. And obviously, like we are gonna talk about like loot and stuff like that. I know a lot of people watching are very curious about that, but we'll do that in a sec. I have a few other questions first. So a big change that's new: mercenaries were recently added back to the game. I'm playing Eliminator right now, and obviously a little bit of a rough start, but once you get it going, really, really powerful. And I wanted to ask a little bit if you guys felt like the goal with mercenaries have been met.
I feel like mercenaries are this like very extra for experts playstyle. It's like you go in and you don't really know what you're going to get because you don't know what mercenaries you're going to see.
Yeah.
So it also from a balance side of things, it's like also just an insane amount of variables going on. So it's really just for people who just love like making the weirdest, wackiest builds. And I think in that sense, the amount of like different types of mercenary builds that are possible is like really cool to see. There are some things that I would say I'm not 100% a fan of, like every single build being like a flame link build at endgame effectively, but those are some things that we can like iron out going forward, I'd say.
One of the things I was a little curious about there was particularly the early game Illuminary. And obviously, like we see how powerful it gets at the end game, right? We have people literally one-shotting Ubers with it. It gets incredibly powerful. I can like already feel this as well on basic PSHS. It gets pretty strong at the end game, so I can understand like some apprehension of blocking. But one of the things that seems like really tricky, especially for a lot of players, is finding their right mercenary. And a lot of that is because they might have skills that effectively break it. Not just talking about support gems, but like sometimes if it has like, say, Kineticist has Kinetic Bolt, it might spam that a lot more than Kinetic Blast or Clustering, rendering it effectively useless. Would you ever consider like a checkbox to disable a mercenary just to like make it easier to find a functional mercenary while you're still keeping like the quest going for the perfect mercenary and getting that in-game chase?
What do you mean by disable a mercenary there? Do you mean like
no.
disable finding a particular kind,
No,
or
no,
disable
no.
a skill, or
Yes, disabling a skill. So say like in the window, I just said like you're not allowed to use Kinetic Bolt. Unlearn that move, or just don't use that move.
I love this job.
I see personally what I really like about mercenaries is the fact that like you're trying to find the perfect one, and there's so many avenues. You know, there's so many different variables that go into one being perfect. You know, the right support gems, the right number of support gems, the right skill combination. Like, to me, I feel like that kind of undercuts part of the point of the mechanic. I understand that might not be the most popular opinion necessarily, but like, I find that to be really cool.
So I do agree a little bit there, but the only thing that I disagree with is you're mostly cutting out like the early chase. You're getting a functional one, not necessarily a good one. But there are some that are like effectively break where they can't even clear a map. So like if you find one of these that you're disabling a skill, you're still gonna be like chasing that perfect merc. Like you're always looking for like, well, I want greater multiple projectiles and I want returning projectiles. It's more about getting them to a functional level by disabling, for example, Spectral Helix or Kinetic Bolt, as I gave as an example. You're still going to be having that still. You're still chasing it, just like lowering the floor of starting the build, I guess.
So your argument is that like there's too many random variables.
Yeah, and you're
Like,
still
to the
keeping
point where-
all of them at the end game, right? You're still chasing that perfect murder. Like I have a really good one now, and I'm still like thinking like if I get greater multiple projectiles and returning projectiles on this hill, it's gonna be so insane. And right now I have Wild Strike instead of Frostblades. There's still a lot of variables that are super exciting to chase there.
Yeah, I think one change I would like to make, I think it would probably be at 330 at this point, but it would be a review of all the supports that have downsides.
Yeah.
Just like, why does Brutality need to have cannot deal non-physical damage on it?
Yeah.
Oh, cannot deal elemental and chaos damage on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, the player version of the support has that, but the mercenary support doesn't necessarily need it.
That'd be very cool too. Another thing when it comes to mercenaries too, there are some of them that are just pure death. Like they're like non-fightable. Like the Soul Rend of Reaping, Conflagration, Shield Crush maybe. They're just do you get scary? Is that something like, do you like that there are just insanely one-shotting mercs out there, or would you rather it be a little bit more balanced? Like, still scary, but maybe not like, you will die if you fight this.
There are outliers that need to be reined in. For sure.
Yeah. It was just like half an hour ago, I was literally nerfing the configuration one, and I was also going through a few of the other ones that, like, some of the ones that do charge up for an insanely big hit have very high one-shot potential, like Divine Ire and Infernal Blow, for example, as well.
This is Stormcaller.
So yeah, we're probably gonna rein in a bunch of the skills in the patch this week.
And yeah, if Andrew hadn't mentioned, that was what I was going to say. There is a patch coming later this week, so changes like that will be able to make it in.
Right.
Yeah, and to be clear, this will only affect the combat of the mercenaries you fight. It won't affect mercenaries that actually are allied to you.
It wouldn't nerf your hired mercenary, no.
That's good to hear. It's good to hear. It's been super fun to play, and like you said, the chase you pointed out is very much there. Like I'm like every map looking for like 4 different mercenaries, right? So it's very cool extra avenue of itemization. Another thing I want to talk about is with mercenaries, there's the combo of the scarabs with like you do the merc scarabs with the anarchy scarabs, and like that's something we haven't seen that much of before, right? You have like the wild rogue exiles, wild mercenaries, and like scarabs working together in tandem like that. Is that something you want to lean more into, like comboing leagues for like high impact air combos like that in the future for like farming?
We're definitely discussing at the moment like the type of in-game changes we want in 3.30, and one of those things that we are trying to lean back into is leagues interacting with other leagues in an interesting, organic, ideally way. So yes, we're definitely looking at more of these things. They might not necessarily be scarabs, but they could come in some other form.
Oh, that's good to hear. I like that.
I was sort of worried about that scarab because the thing with mercenaries is that you can see all their items and their skills beforehand. So if a mercenary has a certain dodgy unique or a dodgy skill, then you can be like, nope.
Yeah.
Whereas just sticking a wild mercenary in a map can certainly lead to a lot more like high spike variations, but
yeah,
if someone wants to risk it, then go ahead.
Yeah, I do like the risk reward there. Obviously, like, as a hardcore player, it's a little bit scary, but I think things like that are still very good for the game. And speaking of like good for the game, how do you feel about the implementation of boat crafting? That's obviously been very we've seen a lot of crafting mechanics over the years. Boat crafting, very unique, very interesting.
I'm fairly happy with where it landed. It is obviously incredibly powerful. It's been really fun for me. I don't know why. I'd have to like do some self-reflection to sort of understand why I find this fun. But it's been really fun for me to watch like the trajectory of Deadman's sulfur price in trade leagues, and people being essentially like, oh wait, this stuff is really good, and then the price going from like 2,000 for a chaos to 150 or 200 or whatever it is for a chaos.
Yeah,
it's. I mean, I haven't looked this morning, so it may have shifted again. Economies always do, but it's gotten pretty pricey, presumably because it's extremely powerful.
Yeah, it's extremely.
Yeah, I've been engaging with the system like a ton this league. I think my general strat was just buying up memory strand items or buying a high level base type and sticking an orb of remembrance on them to add the memory strands, because those two systems, Ghost Flame Crafting and memory strands, just interact so well together. And you can do some like interesting things where you like even just transmuting the item. If you don't get the certain magic mod you want, you can just scour it and you don't gain any intangibility. And because you're presented 4 options, you can just pick the option that consumes the fewest strands. So it's a way of like preserving your strands for like a much longer period of time as well. I think there's just something about the agency of the crafting that makes it really, really fun. Like feeling you're sort of making a bunch of choices along the way.
Yeah, I mean really good in SSF as well.
The core of the idea was basically just me stealing something that I really liked from Hearthstone from back in the day when I used to play that. The whole discover mechanic where like, when you're given 3 options of 3 different cards and you pick one, or 3 options of some outcome and you pick one, Not that that's unique to Hearthstone, that's a roguelike classic of pick the best of 3 to the point where it's, a bit of a trope. But yeah, no, one of the other designers was talking to me earlier and was saying that he really liked it because even if you fail a craft, if you fail to get what you wanted, like if you exalt slam and none of the outcomes are exactly what you wanted, you still have like the consolation prize of picking the best of the worst.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You still get to feel like you have some level of agency.
Yeah. And with how many things will work with it, was there anything like emergent gameplay wise that was sort of like unexpected that you've seen people doing in the community?
I'm sure there's examples, but for some reason they're not coming to mind.
It's all good.
I mean, one thing that I don't know if it was unexpected. It was unexpected up until a few days before release when, you know, I got somebody in QA saying like, is it fine that we can do this all flame crafting and then, you know, like awaken or orb two bases together to get a new base and then start over essentially on that new base with one of the items retained? It's like, yeah, sure, cool. That's neat.
Yeah, no, I love that. Very, very Kiwi. Andrew, any other examples or?
I don't 100% know what everyone in the community is doing, but from my personal end, I just liked how powerful I was just buying items off trade that were like had 3 T1 mods and then just divining them and then reselling them and often throwing a sacred orb or two on them as well. I probably spent more divines on rare items this league via Ghost Flame crafting than like any previous league. It's just divine crafting, it's extremely simple and potentially very profitable.
Click the button and click the biggest number.
Yeah, I mean, dividers are really fun with it.
Is good stuff.
Yeah, I've been re-rolling Pearl of Suatha and spent probably like 15 divines through all flame crafting on that ring and never gotten anything good, but I keep going back.
I got Spell Totem and Crit Strike, so I have to make a totem build now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Great new things added to the game. Packs were recently added. What would you say the main goal for packs were?
I'd say the main goal for packs was more just like giving a bunch of different self-cast spell archetypes an in-game scaling tool. So you can see that one was focused around like spell dots and one was focused around like veil skills and channeling skills.
Right.
And like a secondary lesser focus.
Ale kokino, doucha sa takto škrekne, takto sa škrekne, takto sa škrekne, ty gázel.
Mechanic should have as many special unique rewards as it can.
Yeah, I see that. I was wondering, this is a little bit of a hardcore player take. Do you feel like the afflictions are maybe a little bit too harsh? And as an addendum, potentially for hardcore, the Beyond Belt being almost the only way to use it on hardcore?
I think the general idea with the afflictions is by the time you are, or for the packs that is by the time you are using them, you are probably on an in-game build, hence because you find them all at in-game. So a lot of the packed downsides are like, they're not multiplicative downsides, they're all increases. So for example, if you had one that gives, I can't remember if it's like 50% reduced defenses or 25.
Yeah.
The values would have changed pretty close to launch. Then you probably already have like 200 plus defenses already on your build by that point. If you were to take that like very early game, then yes, it would be a much more significant downside. But yeah, the reason the afflictions exist is mainly just the theming is what I like most about them. It's tied into the whole like idea of you're making a pact with an evil beyond demon. You get afflictions within Sanctum as well.
I mean, it also just allows the packs to be kind of crazy strong with the upsides, right? Like you take away the downsides, and then in order for them to remain balanced, you would have to lower the upsides to the point where they're probably not all that engaging and interesting to use.
Yeah, I mean, particularly for her, for the increased damage taken downside is like pretty crazy. But yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah.
There is also kind of the note that a lot of the time things are, you know, like we want to design in such a way that we don't make the hardcore experience explicitly worse, but we also don't really design explicitly for hardcore. And I say that as someone who plays hardcore every week.
Yeah, for sure. I just had to bring it up. We had a lot of early game changes this day with the white sockets and stuff. By the way, big fan of that. Love that. Very great quality of life experience early. And faster attacks was added so that everybody can purchase that after page 3. I was wondering if you thought about adding more of the support gems early now. I know previously it was like the reason was to be convoluted for new players and stuff. But there is already a lot of gems available now.
Yeah, I mean, this has come up a number of times, and there's like sort of two problems here. There's the problem of, for new players, you go talk to the vendor after completing a few quests, and you have like 40 gems that you can pick between. And then for experienced players, you kind of have the inverse problem where they know exactly what they want, and it's not necessarily there for them to take. And those two, that's just a tension that you can't, you go one way or the other, you cause a problem for the other group. So we need to find a solution that's, not just filling the vendor with gems or taking a ton of gems away. Like, we need to find a better solution. And that's just probably going to require more discussion and also, UI implementation, UI art implementation. Like, we would want to overhaul the system and not just Band-Aid fix. Faster attacks being specifically granted felt like, you could argue that was a Band-Aid fix. It felt like a very effective and efficient Band-Aid, whereas a lot of other ones are less so.
I would say the change just stemmed from like 4 or 5 people within the company petitioning me to do that change. And I'm like, faster attacks and faster casting, and they're like pretty fundamental support gems. So I can see an argument for every single class getting access to them.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, I just personally feel at this point there's like more gems there than there aren't, so that might even be confusing for new players, because obviously a lot of new players do follow guides and stuff too.
So like, this is not a promise of a future, but this is just to give you an idea of like, we have discussed this before, and we do intend to, work on this area of the game. Like, we've discussed before having much more curated quest rewards, essentially, where like when you play the witch, if you're a new player, you can opt out of this as an experienced player with like the skip tutorials button. But if you're a new player and you have tutorials enabled, you can like choose, I want to be Chaosy Witch, or I want to be Minion Witch, or I want to be Fire Witch, or whatever. And we'd have like fancy names for all these. And whichever one you select is going to change the skills and supports that are offered to you as quest rewards as you progress through the game. And you can change your track whenever you want. And then if you've selected none of those, you obviously get to see everything. And then at the vendor, you would be able to see everything. Now, there are some problems with doing this. There are some problems with doing this. And we have a design doc. I don't know it all off the top of my head, but there were problems when I was, talking with programming and stuff. So I can't promise this, is what I'm saying. But like, that is the kind of thing we would rather do than just here's everything in the vendor all the time with no other changes.
We potentially could integrate it with the build planner as well, because that does have plans to come to PoE 1 at some point. The build planner would probably get into the game before the system, though.
I'm glad you guys are looking at it, because it does get asked about a lot. It's good. Another thing, I promised to bring this up. The boss HP bar was added to the game, and it's obviously been a few years now. Is there either any improvements coming to the boss HP bar, or the option to disable it? Depending on what build you play, it does hide a lot of important buffs that you might want to keep track of.
This one, I unfortunately can't really promise anything, because this is one of those systems that is present across both games. So I can't really unilaterally say, we're going to make this change. Right. Because I would need to talk to, Jonathan and Mark and make sure they're okay with it.
Yeah, I think I followed up on this, because I'm pretty sure you asked this last time we spoke. And yeah, it is basically, there's this big buff UI refactor plan, but it is very much tied to both games. So it will happen in PoE 2 and PoE 1 probably at the same time at some point.
Okay. Well, the next 2 topics is basically we're going to be talking about the league mechanic, we're going to be talking about run boot and stuff like that. And the league mechanic, really, really interesting, very clicky. And by that I mean like the stashing process in Voyagers. The number one thing that gets asked about is like being able to deposit all and withdraw all, because even with that, you're still like clicking it into the box. And there's issues with when we have like the box withdrawal box open and our stash, that like the affinities don't work. So I'd love to hear you talk about those things, because it's a very click intensive league.
So there's a few individual changes that all might, they all individually will take different amounts of time and effort, and so they might come in different patches, because I wouldn't want to like hold back some QOL until all the QOL is ready.
Yeah.
So what I do know, what I saw QA finish testing last night, basically, is the ability to take all from the voyage loot, the capsule on the ship to your inventory.
Yeah.
So that, which was meant to make it into live, but ended up, was meant to make it into the release patch, but ended up having more problems than anticipated, should now be making it into the next patch. I believe we're also, I discussed this with you, right? We're also working on so you said you can have your stash open and the capsule thing open on the boat. Having the ability to control click things in with Affinity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that is underway. I don't know for certain if that's making it into the next patch. That might be the patch after, but that is underway. What I didn't have underway was the move all from player inventory into the capsule while on the ocean floor.
Is that something
but I
you'd
can
be
look
open
into
to?
that.
Okay, cool. I think a lot of
I
people would
just-
appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know whether that would be a 5-minute fix or a 5-day fix, but I'll look into it.
Sure. Very cool. Very cool. So, and this will tie into the league mechanic too, but ground loot, very, very important thing for the community right now. And we can start talking about like Abyss and beyond. It feels a little bit like they have a large modifier to less quantity drop, and loot being in a bit of a rough spot. And the underlying issue is a lot of people feel like the monsters themselves are not our like main source of loot right now. And Abyss and Beyond, especially in the history of the game, would be like very traditional things that we would be juicing and would be really scaling for those loot explosions. So yeah, let's just have a big talk about loot.
Sure. So the first thing that I do want to say is that 3.30 is planned to be a extreme shakeup of the end game, and with that, we will be working in a lot of changes. I don't know. This is a massive miasma of a topic, and I don't really know the best way to approach it. So I don't really want to be seen to like be trying to dodge this question, but it's more. I want to make sure that I'm actually answering it properly. So yeah, 3.30 will have a huge influence or a huge emphasis on endgame shakeup. We plan to get to as many existing league mechanics as possible and give them all something new, something interesting, something different from before, because one of the problems that we see is that the endgame has just gotten stale. Like the same set of scarabs has been in use for a number of years now, the same strategies, and we've cut away at a few of those strategies because a few of them are overperforming, and it feels bad now to do those strategies in their lesser version because you experienced the greater version a few leagues back or however many. So that's a big part of it. We just need to make things not so stale, and that's the part that's going to take a 4-month development cycle.
Nasza kurmanka.
The other part of it is more fundamental though, and that is that
Nasza
what the community
kurmanka.
refers to as tile loot, right? Like an icon of a scarab on a chest, you click it, you get scarabs.
Nasza kurmanka.
Has kind of become too much of the primary source of the loot as compared to other things, and we do want to go through, and this is the kind of thing that is like you just kind of get into the weeds, and you kind of have to get into the weeds because every league mechanic is doing this to some degree or another, almost every league mechanic, right? And that does exist for a good reason. It exists to be like a floor, like you're going to get at least X amount of stuff per instance of doing this league mechanic, and that's kind of important. But it's stopped serving that role, and it's become the loot you're actually chasing in the mechanic rather than just the floor of guaranteed X amount of stuff per hour or per instance or whatever.
Yeah.
Why?
So what we need to do is kind of return it to its original role, which will mean probably lowering the amount of loot that you're obtaining from those tile systems in places where it's appropriate. This won't necessarily mean every single league with tile loot is getting nerfed. Some are more egregious than others. And then, consequently, raising the other side of the equation and making, loot coming from monsters, however we go about that, there's a million levers and buttons and knobs you can turn there, be more of the actual loot that you're obtaining from combat and from gameplay.
So obviously, like I said at the start of this podcast was planned before the league came out, and it wasn't a response to anything. So I'm not necessarily a software blaster myself, but because of that, I made sure that I've like reached out and talked to like Milky, Palstrom, Fubgun, and a bunch of people that do that type of content, because a lot of the issues necessarily with like loot and blasting and especially aspirational content isn't as present on hardcore SSF. It's much less of an issue there. So because of that, that's why I reached out and talked to a lot of them. And especially a really good point that Fubgon brought up, that it was like, this was actually something I hadn't thought of, because something that's been happening lately is the de-homogenization of loot, right? That started happening around Legion, where around Legion, when it was first introduced, we started getting every league mechanic from every league mechanic. And it was just like, where could you get the most league mechanic? That's something you start moving away from. So I've always hailed as a really good thing. But Pugman pointed out that, for example, the PoE 2 horror loot dropple does end up having like a lot of really exciting small modes, like tier 3 assault orbs, even tier 3 perfect transmutes and orbs are like, you know, somewhat exciting. And has a little bit more of a like nicer randomized pool that we're sort of missing now in PoE 1. And I think that is a little bit of a problem with the dehomogenization of loot. Like the, you know, Abyss is giving Abyss loot now. Fossils are in Delve, etc. So like before, there were maybe like a little bit more exciting stuff in the core loot pool, right? You can get fracturing orbs, you can get divine orbs. There is like a list of things you can get. But yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and if you have any ideas of addressing the core loot pool, because I like, this was something Fabgon pointed out in his video too, which I thought was very good. The best feeling of Path of Exile is going into a map and not knowing what you're going to run out with. And that feeling is a little bit missing right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. And a lot of the changes that we are focused on is moving a lot more chase drops maybe away from certain niche sources and into the core drop pool. So for example, I'm not saying this will happen, but maybe like if the best amulet in the game is a simplex amulet, then maybe that should just be in the core drop pool. And that is now an extremely chase drop that you can find, rather than being gated by heist. And maybe heist, yeah, it still has like replica uniques and other things that can maintain its value relatively.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that can seem on the face of it at odds with the philosophy of every league mechanic needing to give a special reward. But what it really means is that the special reward for the league mechanic needs, like, we need to define the rules as to what that is allowed to be. You know, so in the heist case, as an example, the reason why that's a problem is because simplex amulet existing in only heist means any amulet that you find outside of heist, assuming simplex amulet is the best one, if we're making that ground assumption, any amulet that you find outside of heist is not competitive as the chase amulet, you know? Like, it's not the best amulet that you can find. Mm-hmm. Something like fossils, I would argue, are probably fine to say in Delve, though, because fossils just interact with other mechanics. They interact with base types and with, you know, other crafting systems and that sort of thing. So it's not so much that, like, you know, there's not like a gear slot that you can only really get the best version of from delving, right? Yeah. Whereas that is kind of the case in heist. So it's more nuanced than like things should have special reward or things shouldn't have special reward. It's more a question of like what special rewards are fine to give to a league that don't take away from the core loot pool feeling of chasing for the best thing, and it could, you know, some random zombie could drop a mirror, etc.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's also just getting a higher variety in the number of different like types of item that gives you that dopamine and excitement. I guess like it's just a tink on your loot filter effectively. Like, I think PoE2 does this a bit better with their like tiered red system, but it's like a rare item in PoE2 is a lot more valuable because you can't just like scour it and find the perfect base type and then just craft on it forever. But we are actually considering if going towards a more PoE2 style loot for in terms of like rare items have tiers, which we sort of have with memory strands.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I was also wondering how you feel about the idea of things like map priority affecting how good like the currency drops you get are. Now the problem there is we'd have to really address magic find, but one of the biggest shames to me in PoE 1 compared to PoE 2 is if I kill like a super rare boss or a super hard boss, which has a ton of item rarity on it, it will never drop you a divine orb. Those or rare and unique monsters in PoE 1 have like 80% less or currency drops effectively. So I think being able to like juice a monster on its quantity axis and rarity axis, and both of those causing you to potentially get more divine orbs is a positive change.
And the reason for this, by the way, for the penalty on currency drops, because this was a huge long discussion, and I only learned the historical reason for it last week when talking with Jonathan, who's obviously been at the company a little longer than me. Is if you don't have that, then when the rare and if you don't have that, and you also don't have things like rarity affecting currency tiers, etc., then when you kill, say, Shaper or something, he drops like 50 Wisdom Scrolls.
Right.
Because most currency drops are Wisdom Scrolls and Portal Scrolls and Transmutes and Augments, etc.
Right.
So you would kind of have to do both changes at the same time in order to make killing a rare and killing a unique feel more satisfying, which is definitely a direction that I would want to go. I'm not saying necessarily that we do that exact change, but I would love to be playing the game in the world where, like, I kill a unique boss, and the chances that that unique boss drops a Divine Orb or a Chaos or an Annul or some higher value currency is, like, massively higher than that of other monsters. Because that just feels intuitively right. Yeah?
Sure.
At least it does to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's something somebody brought up in my chat today too. It was like bosses not dropping gold also can, like, if you're a boss rusher, that can feel very penalizing. So you're still interacting with the game. But I wanted to circle back and talk a little bit about where you're saying about the rarity affecting currency and stuff. And one thing that several people brought up to me was the more currency multiplier on 16.5 maps and stuff like that, which ends up being like almost mandatory to roll. And these sort of like don't work with each other in the sense that you kind of want an 8 mod map, you kind of want delirium orbs on your map, and you also want like more currency multiplier. And obviously, like, you're not going to be doing a delirium orb after rolling the map and then rolling it and hoping for an 8 mod. The main source of 8 mod maps right now is the Scarab that drops 8 mod maps. And then you're getting a bunch of 8 mod maps, but you're not getting like the good roll. So there's a lot of things that have to like work for this to be like together. So that particular modifier seems to be something a lot of people are quite unhappy with right now when I was like talking to software blasters.
Okay.
They're sort of like at odds
I mean, that's
with each other.
That's fair enough. To me, I see multiple systems that, you know, have tension with one another in the end game as being kind of a good thing, because it means you could choose, you know, to run your maps X way, Z, Y way, or Z way, and you don't, you know, you don't have to engage with every single system in order to be engaging with it properly. But if it is possible to engage with every single system and it's just annoying to do so, yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, I think that's like the main issue that a lot of people brought up.
It's, sometimes people feel like they just need to be doing
with right now.
Or an Annul or some higher value currency is like massively higher than that of other monsters. Because that just feels intuitively right. Yeah?
Sure.
At least it does to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's something somebody brought up in my chat today too. Was like bosses not dropping gold also can, like, if you're a boss rusher, that can feel very penalizing. So you're still interacting with the game. But I wanted to circle back and talk a little bit about where you're saying about the rarity affecting currency and stuff. And one thing that several people brought up to me was the more currency multiplier on 16.5 maps and stuff like that, which ends up being like almost mandatory to roll. And these sort of like don't work with each other in the sense that you kind of want the 8 mod map, and you also want like more currency multiplier.
Greetings.
And obviously, like, you're not going to be doing a delirium orb after rolling the map and then rolling it and hoping for an 8 mod. The main source of 8 mod maps right now is the Scarab that drops 8 mod maps. And then you're getting a bunch of 8 mod maps, but you're not getting like the good roll. So there's a lot of things that have to like work for this to be like together. So that particular modifier seems to be something a lot of people are quite unhappy with right now when I was like talking to software blasters.
The Tangle cannot have the Atlas.
They're sort of like at odds.
I mean, that's
with each other.
That's fair enough. To me, I see multiple systems that, you know, have tension with one another in the end game as being kind of a good thing, because it means you could choose, you know, to run your maps X way, Z, Y way, or Z way, and you don't, you know, you don't have to engage with every single system in order to be engaging with it properly. But if it is possible to engage with every single system and it's just annoying to do so, yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, I think that's like the main issue that a lot of people brought up.
sometimes people feel like they just need to be doing the best possible thing all the time. So, and doing the best possible thing often means like, yeah, you need 5 delirium morphs, and then yeah, you need to get lucky on your corruption, so it rolls into 8 more maps. So I think that's just like a player psychology thing, and it's like, for us as designers, it's like, we do need to decide whether or not players should be able to run the best thing every single time. And it's like, yeah, if you're at a certain level of investment where you can just like buy it all off the grid, I'm sure, but I think for the average player, I wouldn't think that's like a huge concern.
Well, I think it is a huge concern because I think without that right now in the current state of the game, like there is not that much juicing from actual monsters. So there's like a disproportionate amount of work you have to do to actually drop anything. That's like the main issue.
Oh yeah. I think that's probably a separate issue. Is basically how much should you be able to juice content at the very, very top end, and what reward should you be able to get from that?
And then I guess that kind of comes back to what I said at the top of the discussion, which is that I just feel like we need new cool stuff to solve for people, because this, I'm not saying this isn't a problem, but this is often, you know, hitting these annoyances from doing the same thing over and over again, and you know, because basically any in-game strategy is going to have some points of friction, and when the complaints start to be like quite specific and hyper-specific about certain points of friction, to me that often means like players have done this solved strategy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and we kind of need to give them a new strategy to attempt to solve that has new shiny cool stuff going on, because that's more exciting, right?
Right. Well, speaking of like things to solve and stuff, when it comes to the in-game strategies, and you were saying they get tuned down right after the league, and I think there are a lot of strategies that have been in the game that players are like, you get that fun dopamine feeling of like, you almost feel like you're doing something wrong, right? I remember there was one strat where like exiles were super fun to farm with like the splitting exiles and stuff. It was like quite big loot explosions, and you almost feel like you've discovered borderline cheating. Maybe later gets changed, or maybe next league changed. But a lot of the time, these don't necessarily like get balanced to like being slightly worse. They get like completely cold. Like for example, one farm that like I don't think it works at all anymore, but like the mechanic light strategy, for example, like a lot of these strategies aren't like, they're not nerfed. They're not like slightly worse than before. They're like completely not non-functioning as a strategy, right? So I guess my question is, is the intent to remove the farms entirely, and is it possible to maybe find a way to have the farms still exist, but just at a less powerful level? Because there's a lot of these things that we don't feel like we have right now. Or if we had like 5 or 6 different, like, you know, real in-game farms you needed juicy characters for, a lot of people would be more happy with like having something to work towards. That makes sense.
I mean, it's maybe not the most satisfying answer, but it is kind of on a case-by-case basis, because depending on the specifics, you know, you go back to some of these strategies, like things like in Necropolis and Affliction League, and we would have individual instances where people were dropping 50k, 80k unique items.
Oh, no, Necropolis is much higher than that.
I was purposely kind of undershooting because I didn't remember the specific number, but I knew it was, you know, it was at least that. And like, that is kind of obviously wrong, in my opinion, at least. Like, not only just for performance issues and like server side issues, but that means that, you know, you allow that to sit in an economy, and this is something that did occur in those leagues. You allow that to sit in an economy for any length of time, and you get to a point where only the top 0.1% of things that you can drop are worth anything, right? At least for anything that comes from those. You know, I think fossils were still worth something in that league, but that's because you couldn't get fossils by doing the strategy that was absolutely busted. So if you're talking about a strategy at that level, like, yeah, that needs to come down a lot in order to be properly in line with what is okay. But if you're talking about a strategy like the splitting rogue exiles, that, yeah, we may have probably gone a little too heavy-handed on that one, because I don't think it was reaching quite that level, but it was pretty.
Well, internally we do have metrics that tell you basically like how many divine orbs dropped in an instance, how many unique items dropped in an instance. So we can like basically for any given week we can see like the top 50 instances that drop the most unique items, and we can see what we call the recreate data, which tells us what all the map mods, all the scarabs, all the effects that were applied to that map. So we will always know like what the most profitable strategies are internally. So we can like compare them against each other. And so that Exile strategy wasn't actually like, it wasn't like magnitudes higher than any other strategy in the game. Like you could do strategies with Legion, you could do strategies with Blight that were also giving you 10k plus uniques an instance. But I think, yeah, we just nerfed that Exile strategy on multiple axes, I think. It was a little bit, I think there were some like, I wouldn't say bugs, but like borderline unintended behaviors going on as well.
Right.
But yeah. It's like I said, even though we've like nerfed these strategies in the past, the strategies themselves have basically been the same for many, many years. So I think the main thing also is just introducing a bunch of new, exciting strategies
Koliko čuje?
Yeah,
for players
but
to like
I,
participate in.
I think a little bit of an underlying issue there is like, I think some people in the community are starting to feel a little bit like they find a fun strategy only for it to be deleted the league after. So yeah, like obviously we just talked about that. But I have some examples of things that people really liked in the past. Obviously, you said meat sacks was kind of crazy with how much they dropped and stuff. That was a really liked one, even though I totally see the whole uniques. But obviously, affliction juicing, I want to bring up, and I think what people particularly liked about that was that it really worked at multiple levels. So like weaker characters could start even all the way at tier 1 maps or move up to tier 8 maps. A lot of people were doing that on hardcore. And later you could, in that patch to tier 17 was obviously like the main pinnacle one.
Mm-hmm.
But you sort of like, you've got to scale the mechanic and work through it at your own pace, right? So you could keep upgrading your character and eventually like, wow, I started out doing tier 8 maps, felt really good then, but now I can finally do tier 16s or tier 17s. So mechanic scaling like that was really wonderful. And some quick other examples of things people like was the enraged strong boxes was like super beloved by a lot of people. Titanic Exile, Titanic Blight, and the Blooming Scarab, Wrist Scarab, Evolution Shrine, Alva, Harbinger Introducing was quite popular as well. And the Abyssal Hordes, like the chest that popped out from Abyss. And I think most of, and crop rotation, there were some scarabs with fun with that too. And I think
Ale
all of these are
kokino,
gone
čo
right
je?
now. Like they're not like slightly nerfed, they're just like not really in the game right now. So the main thing that a lot of people wanted me to get across is that they don't necessarily have like holes to aspire to make really powerful characters to then get rewarded.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is something we intend to address in 3.30. Like, that whole, what I was talking about, I feel like I maybe undersold it. Like, we are going through every single endgame mechanic and adding something new there, whether that be a complete refresh of scarabs, whether that be a complete, a way that the mechanic fundamentally differently works. Yeah, so like, we are well aware, not that, I'm not trying to chastise people for expressing this opinion. We do want your opinions, but we are definitely aware that like the end game doesn't have enough challenge for people at the very top end of builds, and it's gotten stale, particularly for people at the top end. So that is a problem we absolutely want to address. On the affliction topic, so I guess what that essentially means, because unless I'm missing something there, the whole functional behavior of you can start a low juice affliction at lower tier maps and do higher juice affliction at higher tier maps, that is still kind of how it works. But the implication is that it's not rewarding enough to engage with that mechanic.
Yeah,
right?
like it's nowhere near the same when you don't have that like Abyss interaction that you had before. Like, it's just not there anymore.
Sure. Okay, I mean, that's good to know. We can look into that.
So, and I actually,
Ale
I think some people
kokino,
were hoping for
našeš
miracle
mi
fix on
kalka.
329, and I get that that's not possible.
Čo
But
je?
I have
Čo je?
some thoughts on
Kako
things
žu?
that like I as a player would love to see in 329. Like obviously like some like temporary fixes to maybe like moving some more loot to like specifically the rares in Abyss and stuff. Like that's always a fun thing to juice, and I think Abyss can maybe be improved even a little bit more. Like obviously the main things that you added for Abyss this league was buffs related and pilot related, right? But another thing that I think I'd really like to talk about would be the league mechanic itself. I feel like that is a very fixable thing for this league, and I think there's a few points I want to bring out here, like the border in the voyages. They really give the feeling that you can like find something completely broken. And I actually think there is with like the Divine Orb one. I don't even know if there's a Frustrating Orb one that exists, but like the Divine Orb one where you get like 60 divines. That's super exciting. Very, very rare. Even if you're re-rolling often, very, very rare. And a lot of the other ones feel like they maybe could be more exciting where try to find a good way to really like frame this. But when you're stacking up and saving up a lot of the charts, it almost feels like you're able to construct like an illegal voyage,
Greetings.
right? Where I can stack, let's say, 40 lanterns
Go with
or
courage.
loads of insane pack size, insane quantity, insane rarity. Like I feel like this is something like in other aspects of the game with the Rogue Exiles, it almost feels like I get to do something illegal. Now the problem is, or another quick example, finding at the very start of the voyage something converted to Divine Orbs, or even early on finding 3 or 4 converted to Divine Orbs. I feel like I get to do these illegal things, but the illegal part doesn't happen. And that's been really frustrating. Like I maybe find 4 altars, like convert transmutes to chaos, chaos to divines, and I'm like, this is so cool, this is gonna be sick. And I didn't get a single Divine Orb. So to me as a player, it genuinely feels like it doesn't work. So I almost feel like I'm only chasing that one mod with rare monsters drop Divine Orbs. And that one is genuinely cool. But with the way the league is structured, I feel like it's structured to set us up for these sick, unforgettable moments. But it just feels like it straight up feels like it doesn't work. So like the lanterns, like we've had streamers stack up like 30 plus lanterns, but it's not crazy. Like that is a lot of work to stack those up, but it doesn't really affect it. You're not getting loot explosions. You're not really getting any things. I would really love that looked into for 329 because I think that could be like game changing. I think a lot of people agree and realize a lot of these are underlying fundamental issues, but these are things that are fixable in 329, both the moving things a little bit around to rare mobs and Abyss and the league mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, I can look into the specific modifiers and make sure that they're functioning. I mean, they did get tested before they went out, but I can double check. I mean, for the altar ones where it's, chance to convert a chaos to a divine, that is certainly possible to get the modifier and then just get unlucky. I have had that happen to me on live. But I'll check the stat and make sure that it's functioning. I'll cheat it in at 100% value and make sure.
Yeah, so I have like never clicked the altar and had a divine after it. That's the thing. Like and I play a lot, right? I am a no lifer. So that is very frustrating. That's something like straight out as a player, I think it's bugged, right? That's my impression as a player with like the lanterns and a lot of the pack size bombs. So
I mean, maybe the answer is, the altar needs to be rarer, but just guarantee it or something like that, so that when it does show up, you definitely feel it.
That would be great.
Something along those lines.
That'd be great.
This is sort of what I was saying before, where it's a little bit antithetical, where if you're juicing the voyage with a lot of like rare and unique monsters, you're getting fewer chaos orbs. So
arguably,
that would arguably result in less divine, maybe.
But that's the thing. Like, I don't really feel like rolling them. Whether I'm rolling them with like 150 quant and actually rolling them, it doesn't feel very impactful at all, right? It's just it almost feels like nearly all the loot are from the boxes. I think even like this is a bit of an almost bad example, but I think even if you moved all the loot from boxes in the depths, in charts and voyages, and move them to monsters, and obviously you can still scale and get more monsters and stuff, that alone would feel good. Like right now, it's like clicking a box and getting loot. This is not scalable. I'm guessing the boxes aren't affected by lanterns, so it doesn't feel like it. But almost like moving all of that to monsters would even feel good. And then being able to like really juice like way more pack size, way more rares.
The drops from like a sunken loot would be scaled by area quantity, but not by player quantity.
Right. So the lanterns are player quantity.
The golden lanterns are a stat on the player, yes. So those wouldn't scale to the sunken loot. But if you had 100% increased quantity on your chart, that would scale to sunken loot.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it definitely does feel a little bit frustrating because it feels like the league mechanic is so close to being so safe. Maybe let the lanterns scale the boxes as well if there's going to be the loot from the boxes. But I would personally love to see, like, it's an RPG. I want to kill monsters for loot. I don't want to just, like, the anchor fields are exciting, but it feels like almost all loot in the league mechanic is from the boxes. I would love to see more monster related loot in the league mechanic.
Noted.
Awesome. Another thing I was curious about, I really like the border mechanic. I think it's very exciting. Is that something you would think about adding more modifiers to, like more exciting ones, even more rare ones that will come up? Because I really like the entire border thing. But
I mean, were the mechanic to go core, I would probably want to. Yeah, I'd like to do more of them. I think it's something like 50-ish different outcomes right now, which sounds like a decent amount, but when you consider you see 9 per reroll, it might be closer to 60. But when you see 9 per reroll, yeah, it just isn't tons. I would love to.
Kokino, no. Naša Šmikoška. Naša Šmikoška. Čuje.
I really like the mechanic, by the way. Like, it's just some frustrations with the boxes and stuff, but like it's actually really fun to engage with. I do want to compliment a little bit with when I saw the mechanic. I'm just traditionally someone that I don't like necessarily being pulled out of the map and stuff and like doing different things. And I've been really positively surprised how like snappy and fun it is. The only thing that I sometimes maybe want would be like going straight from one depth to another. But it's very, very snappy and nice. I like that part.
I appreciate that. Unrelated on a tangent, because you said out of map. I do want to, obviously I can't really give details, but we have determined the next league mechanic and it will be in map.
Nice.
No loading screens.
No shit.
And it will be, pertaining to juicing monsters.
I was about to ask, is the joke, does it contain boxes? Awesome.
Not planned to yet.
Very cool, very cool.
Obviously, we're 4 months-ish.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten a release date yet, but usually cadence of about 4 months. So we're pretty far from release, at least pretty far for us. So things can change, but it will definitely not be out of map, and it will definitely not include loading screens, because I play every league for, as many hours as I can fit between my day job here at the office, and those are things that frustrate me at this point, so.
Cool. Awesome. Well, those were some pretty big issues, so like I said, would love to see some spring 2019 changes for that, so we understand a lot of the overarching issues are 330 fixes. So that's cool. I think I mentioned
Ale,
there on a lot of things. I do want to circle back to one more thing. How much work, or rather, how much should the player be able to scale the character to be able to do those aspirational changes? Like, how do you feel about those farms in the game? Is there's a little bit of if you make it too much that you like need to scale your character to be able to handle the crazy meat sacks and stuff, that almost becomes the norm. I just want to hear, how do you feel those aspirational farms kick in the game?
I think that it's a little bit difficult because you get this catch-22 situation. I think we had it a bit with T17 maps, where T17 maps were so much more rewarding than like regular maps, but they were also so much more difficult, and especially the modifiers they had on them potentially bricked a lot of builds from even doing them in the first place. So yeah, there's a fine line to walk between like making something too difficult and also being too rewarding at the same time, that it feels like if you're not playing, I guess it's one of those things that would also indirectly like nerf build diversity as well.
Yeah.
If everyone feels like to do this one in-game strategy, they have to be playing a small subset of builds that can even do them.
So could the solution there maybe be like 4 or 5 different ones that are obviously scalable with different builds and overcomable by different builds, instead of it just being one thing that you kind of have to do?
That is a good way to approach it. It's obviously much harder because you have to make those things distinct in not only rewards but also in mechanics, like distinct enough that you could say this build is better at X mechanic and that build is better at Y mechanic. And then you also have to keep them in parity in terms of rough amount of rewards, because if one is 20, 30, 40% more rewarding than another.
Ale, Koko, vykaďíš sa takto?
Right?
Well, that almost solves itself with the fact that you are doing, like, it depends what the reward is, right? You've already solved that problem a little bit with dehomogenizing the game, right? Like, if Ultimatum at an endgame strategy is only shooting out loads of catalysts and loads of that type of cool loot, then that's not so much of an issue, as opposed to the leagues where we got everything from everywhere.
That's one of the benefits of
Yeah.
of giving everything its own special reward. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I had a thing and it fell out of my head.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I think it's generally easier to do with things that are like out of map content. Like for example, pinnacle bosses and like Valdo maps, which aren't really affected by any of your in-map juice and delve. All of those things usually require you to like make a specific build if you want to farm them quite early on in the league. But to have multiple different builds for a normal map juicing strategy, I think that would be a bit harder to design. But it would be worth like figuring out if we can put something together.
Another thing that went
Gotcha.
away, and this is particularly something for the software players, is synthesis implicits was a big source of mirror items and a big chase for a lot of people. And personally, I was a little bit surprised to see these not move to synthesis maps, because the synthesis maps themselves, I don't really feel like they necessarily have a cemented place in the game right now. Like, I don't feel excited to farm them. Is that something you'd ever bring back synthesis implicits and give them to synthesis maps?
I think it was more the fact that we didn't really like the itemization of synthesis implicits in its current form. Like, if we were to do something with synthesis, it would probably be like a synthesis 2 league where we bring back the synthesizer and we make a whole cool item system out of that. But at the moment, the current synthesis maps, they sort of fall under the category of like all of the unique maps in the game feeling like very old dated content, and we just need to rework them entirely at some point to have a more distinct place within the game.
Alright. Alright. Well, I can see that. I can see that. The unique maps are a little bit dated. I was just hoping, I love being able to, you know, it was a pretty big part of Ritual, which we talked about Ritual a little bit too, but like obviously finding power charge rings and news charge rings, etc. Because now we only have that through corruption, which is not something you can mirror.
Yeah, I think the chase is still there for like finding now double corrupted uniques from like sources of corrupted items. But yeah, we understood going into this change that it does like very much change the mirror market for people who care about those things. But I guess it wasn't like a huge concern in our eyes.
It does also open up that design space to be able to use it more effectively elsewhere. Like Andrew was saying, in a way, you know, the synthesizer being, rather than the items just randomly dropping with XYZ implicit, having some means of engaging with the system and crafting for it, that might not be the way to do it. You know, maybe item implicits with that level of power come back in another mechanic entirely in the future, but they would ideally come back in a way that's more interesting than just they sometimes show up with them.
Okay.
At
Yeah.
least in my opinion.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. It is something that I've liked a lot, and I was very curious with how you guys felt about mirror items and stuff like that. So for that's like most of the drop related questions I wanted to ask. So just like to sort of put a pin in the loot and stuff. For the people that are really invested in 329, do you think there will be any like band-aids to 329, either with the league mechanic or the base in particular with the monster portion? That's something people could like, is that something you'd consider after the podcast meeting?
Well, I'm going to look into the feedback that you gave me regarding, sorry, I was about to say Deepwater, Allflame. Deepwater was the internal name. So I'll definitely be, you know, playtesting those things, and I'll be following up on that feedback. Just making sure it actually works. I'm like 95% sure it works, but that 5% can get you. And as far as Abyss is concerned, that would be more something I'd want to discuss with Andrew and make sure that he's, you know, happy to make some changes.
Yeah, I think Abyss generally just needs, like, what we really did was we just altered the monsters one for one, but we really didn't make any more fundamental changes to Abyss as a league. So, for example, Abyss's exclusive rewards are like Stygian Vices and Abyssal Jewels, which are like, they're fine, but not every build needs to use them, and once you have a few of them, you don't really need any more. So, as like a long-term, like, consistent reward, Abyss isn't like a great league in that sense. In terms of like the monsters that are spawning, we've done a bunch of tests with QA where they like fully juice the map, they compare it to Legion, they compare it to Breach and whatever, Abyss is comparative for experience, but it is not comparative for loot in our test. So yeah, there could be some mid-league changes to like improve things further in that sense. But what we'd want to do long term is really just like maybe we bring back the Abyssal Monster mods and they have an interesting reward mechanic, and maybe it would be nice to differentiate the combat between like all these different leagues as well. So instead of Abyss being, like you said, it could be more about choosing singular rare monsters and those rare monsters being very powerful, whereas Breach is more of your swarmy million monsters on a screen mechanic.
Because what I'd really like to do is lean into the cool, unique thing that Abyss does, where it like sort of half copies monsters that it touches. You know, like I was saying on live, I was playing around with using the Divinity Scarabs that force Pantheon monsters next to Abysses in order to get double Pantheon monsters, and like that was cool in theory, but the Pantheon monsters were just not really rewarding enough to be worth the effort and to be worth the danger. Which was evidenced by the fact that they eventually killed me. Skill issue. But oh god, people are going to clip me saying skill issue out of context now.
To get clear.
But me, I'm the one with the skill issue there, to be clear. But I would want to lean into that, you know? I'd want to be, like, with the Abyss monster mods, you maybe make it so that Abyssal monster mods are super rewarding when they appear, and they just, you know, have a chance to convert a monster mod on the rare that gets eaten into an Abyss one. And then when you see a rare Abyss monster with a few Abyss monster mods, you know that it's going to explode into loot when it dies. And, like, that is the direction I would want to go, rather than just, like, because that, like Andrew says, makes the combat feel different.
Lead, aluminium.
It makes what you care about different, and that gives it. Sorry, I don't mean to ramble, but that gives it the like advantage of being able to, if it has a specific way that it functions, then you can leverage that with other mechanics, like with the Divinity Scarab. And there's probably other things I haven't thought of. You know, like the fact that Abyss essentially recreates rare monster mods is, you know, very cool when you have the Scarab that doubles the number of rare monsters in a given pack. It's, you know, if you have anything that interacts with rare monsters, suddenly you care about Abyss more.
100%. I know there's people that are doing all
that
that stuff. So, like, yeah, just to sum up there, I think, like, from a player point of view, I think a lot of people would feel like it was saved loot-wise if we just, like, get a band-aid to, like, 329 Abyss, dropping more, like, stuff, like more exposure from the actual kills, and same with the league mechanic and the ultras and the lanterns. That's like as a player, that would be like my biggest hopes for 329, and then it would be pretty good. Cool. Awesome. I have questions other than loot. Obviously, it was a very big topic. That is just to get that over with. Those are the main things I wanted to talk about there. One thing that I really love is probably my favorite change in the game, and that's Bloodlines. I'm a huge fan. It solves a lot of issues if an ascendancy ever has the point where for a build it only has 3 nodes that really function, right? Chieftain sometimes has that, where it only has 3. Are we going to keep seeing this trend of new ones added regularly? And would you ever allow, for some reason, be able to do multiple bloodlines on one character?
I would personally prefer not to allow multiple bloodlines, just because it raises the ceiling of character complexity even further. And I don't see it as being necessary yet, but I guess never say never, you know? Give us a few more years with a bunch more bloodlines, and maybe that will end up being something we consider more thoroughly.
Yeah, the other thing with that is I sort of feel like your core ascendancies should still matter to you. So if you all of a sudden could take multiple bloodlines, then theoretically I could be an occultist without taking a single node in it, the occultist, which sort of doesn't feel right. I'm not 100% against multiple bloodlines, but it just feels like it interacts a bit strangely with your core ascendancy class, potentially.
And in answer to the original, the first half of the question, like, yeah, I want to keep adding bloodlines. They're fun.
They're really good. I like them a lot.
Yeah, I guess they'd be typically associated with specific league bosses.
Yep.
So for any, like, if a new league has a in-game boss, then we'll probably add a bloodline for it.
And I mean, on that front, that is something that we want to eventually kind of do for every like major league mechanic. And when I say major, I mean like strong boxes are a league mechanic technically, but they're not exactly a major league mechanic in the same way that something like Blight is. So, eventually we would want to get a proper pinnacle endgame boss for like Blight, and for, maybe something on the border might be like mercenaries. You could see that as a major mechanic or not, depending on your point of view. But, basically what I'm saying is we want to add a lot more League pinnacle bosses, and those would all probably come with bloodlines.
Cool. I love them. So keep them coming. It's such a good idea. Hopefully that's something I'd love to see in PoE 2 as well at some point. It's just very, very cool. Next up, Mirage was the previous thing, and that was my favorite league of all time. Good job. Really, really
Kokotska
liked it.
liga. Mirage, najhoršia liga.
Mirage
Plesačka.
something you would like to bring back, maybe in a similar state to Affliction? It's basically the random hole in the ground right now. I get that it might be too powerful to have Atlas trees, maybe, but have you talked a lot about bringing it back outside of just the
well,
stuff that's kind of core already?
I can't speak to specifics because I made the issues this morning, but it's going to be in 3.30.
Oh shit! That's so sick. I love that.
I don't know exactly what form it will take yet, though. I need to speak with, the programmer who is the lead on the mechanic, and I need to talk to Andrew about design specifics. And there's a lot of questions to be answered, but it will be in the game.
Belt?
There are a lot of questions to be answered. No, I talked to you about that yesterday, and you were fine with it, right?
Yeah, the belt's staying.
I love the belt. It's the best thing ever.
Andrew's more fine with it than me. I'm the one who made it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the boss will be as easy to access as it was in Mirage League. So getting a good belt surely won't be
even
as
the ones
easy,
that
but it will exist. Yeah.
Like the belt and Ring of Sotha, and if that was taken from us, these are all like my favorite items of all time. Please get that back somehow. Just sneak it in there. Nobody will know. It'll be our secret. I love these, dude. Like they're just such a unique way of adding power. As opposed to like coins, I get it, but they're just raw power creep. These are like different power creep.
Well, they at least compete with Mage Blood and Headhunter.
So, yeah, that's
true. You have a lot of power budget in the belt slot.
And the
to be
affliction belt.
clear, like I kind of like the belt existing, but I felt biased because I designed it. And I didn't want to just like unilaterally say, yeah, we're doing it. But, I mean, if Andrew's on board, sure.
If Andrew's on board. Also. Yeah, just no, I just need it that was taken from us to be it that was given back. So a big favorite of mine is endgame chase things to do. And obviously we had the memory bosses are the most recent thing added to the game. Any more plans for new Ubers?
Well, all we can really say to that is 330 will be a lot of in-game changes. So the in-game changes won't just be concentrated within maps, they'll probably be concentrated to all the content outside of maps, such as bosses.
Cool. Uber is confirmed for 330. No, I'm just kidding. That's cool though. I had a nice little like random question for each of you. What's like one thing you feel PoE 1 gets really right now?
Probably build diversity, I would say, is in a pretty good space. And when I say that, I mean like the number of different weird, unique, crazy things that you can do with a character. I mean, it's essentially limitless, right? I'm not saying necessarily that every weird, crazy thing that you can do is going to be an S tier build. There's always going to be some number of builds that are in the top % that are considered S tier. But I would say that the number of like B+ to A tier builds that exist is incredibly high, and that is what keeps me coming back. Every time I die on a character, I get to come up with a new one, and that's the most fun process for me.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a league-specific thing, but I just really like Ghost Flame crafting, and
It's so good.
I just like how it.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, I just like how it interacts with like all the core currency in a cool way, and it interacts with all the other crafting systems in the game, like memory strands and recombination and fossils and whatever else. So I think for some players, the crafting might be like, it's like crazy complex at the end game, but for me, I just like it's a puzzle to solve. I'm like, this is the item I want. How do I make it? Here's the 20 systems that I can use to do it, and that's just like I honestly this league I've crafted more than I've played the actual game in Fortnite.
Yeah, I cannot get enough Ghost Juice. Like it is so good. I love it. And as somebody like, there's obviously been a lot of crafting mechanics. My probably personal least favorite. is
Ale
Scorpio.
Gargamelka.
So good.
Čuje,
Really
čuje,
good build.
čuje.
I did want to ask one thing actually, kind of related to Ghost Flame crafting.
Špikačka
And
naša,
I really do like
špikoč.
that like pick mechanic, that best of roguelike mechanic. Do you think that's something that could maybe fit into Legion? Because Legion right now, I really like the jackpotty nature of it, but it feels almost nay
Naša
impossible.
špikačka,
to get
náš
something there. And I think,
Gargamel,
like,
čuje.
even randomized. So when I pick, like, let's say I put in a lightning coil, right? And then maybe even that's RNG, that it's like, no, you only get one, or you get two, or you get three.
So you mean vestigial uniques, right? Because originally
Yes.
I was thinking, how does pick one of X apply to Legion combat?
No,
And that
just
confused me a little
the
bit.
vestigial unique, the reward at the end.
Is the change to that going to be in 329 too?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I resolved the issue this morning. It's in the version, so it should be there. It's not actually pick 3, but what you can do is you can charge the unique multiple times, and every time you overcharge it, it increases your chance for rarer unique items. So if you put a common unique in, then you'll probably charge it 3 times because it requires so few kills. So that common implicit will probably give you a higher chance of getting like a stasis prison or a lightning coil or something like that.
Oh.
So yeah, there's a change coming this week. Not to say that we won't review it and reevaluate it in 330, but we'll see how that goes.
You
Why
can
did-
effectively choose to double down.
Why did
triple down.
emblem prices just triple? She.
Well,
That's very
to
cool.
be fair, this sort of means you need fewer emblems because now you're cooking your item for longer than you were before.
Yeah.
Assuming you have a build that can, decimate the domain of timeless conflict well enough.
That's a very, very cool change. I like that a lot. Okay, cool. That kind of answers that. Anomalies are new this league, and there's a lot of cool ones. Is that something you want to add on to and keep adding to? And if so, are you worried ever that there will be too many and that you end up making like blocking sort of like like you don't run the ones you don't care about to like not get those?
Well, just to confirm, blocking shouldn't really exist because all of the chances, so say a certain quadrant can have, say, 3 anomalies, right? If one of them spawns, all of the chances for them to spawn are independent. So you
Koliko
could get
ideme sa
lucky
stvorila
and kill the
držaš?
map boss,
Dobre.
and all 3 spawn at the same
Špekačka.
time. Now,
Špeko.
they do, if you have a Parandus anomaly
Naša gurmanka.
on your atlas,
Naš
then
Mikler.
another Parandus anomaly can't spawn, but any other anomaly within that quadrant can still spawn. So there's not really a blocking situation. So it doesn't actually matter how many anomalies we add to each quadrant. But
Okay.
one thing that we do want is to make sure every quadrant has the same amount of anomalies. And I think one of them only has 2 currently.
Yeah.
So I would like to add one more, hopefully, mid-league.
That was my sneaky way of trying to ask if blocking worked. So I'm glad we got clarification on that because I suspect
The other
that it
mechanical
didn't.
thing. The other mechanical thing that I wanted to clarify for people, actually, Andrew might correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I think there's a base chance for an anomaly to appear on completing a map, and then that base chance is scaled by the quantity of the map that you completed, right?
It's a percentage of the quantity of the map.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
So
if you're running light maps, you're doing it wrong.
If you're doing actual juiced maps, your chance of getting an anomaly to appear is significantly higher. Admittedly, you might complete those maps slower, so there is still some mathematics to do there, right? Depending on your particular build and speed. But the map item quantity stat on a map does matter for the chances of getting an anomaly from completing that map.
Okay. Well, that's neat. I didn't know that. Let's see. Oh, for vestigial uniques, will we ever see the belt slot like Mega Blood or Mega Hunter Head Blood?
If we saw something like that, I don't think it would be in the vestigial unique system because we'd want to use that design space somewhere else in order to have another mechanic also have a chase thing. It wouldn't necessarily, to be clear, it wouldn't be like one-to-one
Počkaj,
copy how
Gogo,
vestigial
no
unique works, but
nešpicluj,
make paint it yellow
nešpicluj.
and then put it in some
Čo,
other
I'm just
špekačka?
thinking of like,
Gargamelka.
if you notice in the domain of timeless conflict, there's like a sneaky monster hiding in a crystal. Like,
Naša lízelka, naša lízelka. Naša špekačka. Náš gurmán. Náš masochista, poď s nami. Poď, ideme dozadu. Tam sa zrelaxujeme. Poď. No, naša špejkačka. Dáme si studeného držgaša. Dáme si toho držgiho. Dáme si držgiho, halleluja, dáme si držgiho.
Damn, this luggage. Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
presne ako som povedal, že pičusovia to potvrdili. Že pičusovia to potvrdili. A ďalšia liga bude na mape. Možno maximálny život je v Class tej Large. Tuto. Možno tu je maximálny život. Neexistuje, že nedali Jewel. Neexistuje, že nedali toto s maximálnym životom. Neexistuje. Či existuje? Ty môžeš aj toto craftovať, ale na to potrebuje strašne veľa. To je niečo. Naozaj nedali jewel socket s maximálnym životom. What?
Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
To veľmi zaujímavé. The more new rotten Clovacious bot. Veľa vie. Medium to musí byť iba. Naozaj nedali maximálny život. Potom je to spraviť tak, tam už nie sú asi žiadne skilly. Nedali.
Damn, this luggage.
Poviem, že tí mini to už nemajú nič také kvalitné, čo by sme chceli. Majú tam ten Rotten Claws, ten Impale. Čo sme mohli piknúť v druhom scenári. Ale to už... Nie je to maximálny život, to som šokovaný. Uvidíme, ale to sa ešte až na tom 90 leveli plus minus. Najskôr. Nemajú života budiče. Čo je neskutočná sáčka. Majú increasenutú mánu, effect curse, majú rezistencie, keď zapotrebovali. No evasion rating, ja to nezaujíma. To nám nepomôže. Takže majú. Takže malý cluster jewel má increasenutý life. Takže je to malý cluster jewel. A je to štvorka. Takže najväčší je s tými pasívnymi skillmi. Toto je mi dohnalo veci. Išli by sme s troma, to sa neoplatí. Tam môžeme dať tak vždy iba jeden henten. A je to len štvorka. To je malé. To znamená... Takže je to.
Oh,
Malý,
the
malý.
smell of the sea
Ale to ti
salt
nejako
on the wind.
nepomôže. Increasenutý život, sila. To je len štvorka, to ti nejako nič nerieši. To ti nejako nič nerieši. Možno tento natural vigor, evasion rating, život. A veľa, že to je len štvorka. Ten percent maximum life is extra armor. It's worthless too. To znamená ísť dva soky ty, ísť dva tieto. Vyzerá byť ako dosť hovno. No to je len štvorka, máš tam vigor, čo je hovno. Tieto moc neriešia, popravde. Tieto sú dobré na chaos rezistenciu, keď potrebujem dobehnúť. A ísť iba najkratšie na ten malý, Tieto sú dobré len na tú chaos rezistenciu. Lebo s ňou sú najväčšie problémy. Mirror shard. You see this shit? It's a mirror shard. Odkiaľ to prišlo?
What do you need?
Nagakánu. Mirror shard. That's the first. Right. This one is... Actually, this one is good.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Far Cold Lightning, 2 diviny. Mirror shard. That's the
Why,
first.
hello, welcome.
A to je to, čo hovorím, že toto bola malá dodávka, nebola veľká. Do milióna dodávka Mirror shard. Right? To sa dá predať veľmi solidné.
Yes. Yes. The perfect excuse to see Danik.
Toto nikto nebude chcieť. Rozšatujeme to. Dáme toto za 2 diviny. Koľko to? 85. A 2 je fajn. To je 4.
Aye. Local.
No, takže vidíte, toto je tá pointa testingu. Ako Mirror Shard má určite väčšiu hodnotu ako jedna divina. Mirror Shard bude mať...
What do you need? What's your back?
We haven't got anything to disenchant. Oh, it's you. We're gonna have fun with that one.
Aye.
To je tu chyba 44,5.
Now, what was the name
Takže
of
toľko
that
nemáme.
last night?
MB je to, tie slabý MB, ako môžeme ho tam poslať, ale...
Aye.
To je Vezium 40%, 18 000. To je 3600 Vezium. Máme to na... Máme to na 400 000 dodávku. Poďme, že už...
I'll give him the word.
To je 180 000 game zone. Ale... To Tu sú lepšie dodávky. Ty tam privádzaš ten oný rýchalkou. To je 70% cream, to je 60% crimson. Ale tak to je strašne veľa crimsonu, toľko nemáme. Máme. 180 000. To je 36 000 crimsonu, máme toľko? Nemáme. Áno? Ok, idem dole. Áno.
Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
to take it.
I love this job.
Isn't much. Het was altijd meer short. Are you kidding me? Look at the story. Ah, this is Coco's story.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Peste osnovni se divanja. Običajne sračke. 580 divana v običajne sračke. Máme to na 700 divánov. Tridsaťpäť divánov. Wow. Vypadá za 5. Ja dám za 35, no. Prečo? Čo?
which is sort of foreshadowing that maybe at some point we want to have a pinnacle boss for Legion. Not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but no, I'm just thinking it's like, what could that boss drop? Maybe it is dropping like vestigial items that are not only armors or
Dangerous.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I mean, I love more bosses and stuff. That's my favorite thing about the game. Every class in the game now has 3 ascendancies. Scion finally got her 3rd ascendancy. Are we ever going to see 4 ascendancies for a class?
Vyjeli 2-1, ty kokoti.
Unlikely anytime soon. I don't really like saying never about things because, you asked me a few years ago, I would have said we never get rid of socket. Well, we didn't fully get rid of socket colors, but you know what I mean. We never make the socket color change that we made this league. It's not impossible, but it's not something that we would do anytime soon, I don't think.
Yeah, and I guess we could explore different design spaces regarding ascendancies anyway. Like, in the last few years, we've done, Frisian ascendancies and Bloodline ascendancies. So I think in terms of, I wouldn't say that the core ascendancies would really see much changes, but never say never.
Okay, cool. Another thing that I found really fascinating, light radius has traditionally been a dead stat for the majority of the game, outside of like weird niche uses like Wakaria Tuaha, where it scales quantity. And I really like that. So I just wanted you to talk a little bit like, do you feel like dead stats have a place, or would you rather that anything or everything was useful in some way? Like now light radius is super useful for the Scion.
It's not a topic that I've discussed with Andrew, actually, so he might violently disagree with me, just attack me. But I personally also kind of like that. I like when there's like a niche use for a particular stat. So it is something that I'd be happy to do more of in the future.
Yeah. One thing I don't really like regarding the current way you build a light radius stacking luminary is that you're a bit too reliant on unique items. Like most of the large sources of light radius come from like specific unique amulets and helmets and weapons. So what I'd probably consider would be more interesting is we buff all the light radius on rare items and nerf those few specific uniques so that these builds do care about like rare item itemization more than they currently do.
You'd want to do that in a way where you don't add like new light radius modifiers though, because that dilutes the pool.
Oh yeah, I would be buffing the pre-existing ones.
Okay, cool. I was about to say, like, I can hear every non-luminary screaming right now. Okay, cool.
I mean, basically, you just take things that say that mods that currently say 10% light radius and make them say 30 or however.
Cool. Okay, so I think the only dead stat left in the game is like thorns, right? Like 1 thorn. It's not like in PoE1 at least.
It depends on how you define dead stat. I don't think anyone cares about 5 life regen either, right?
No, but at the high tier, that goes very high.
Sure, at the higher tiers, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, PoE2 has done a better job of leveraging that. Like, there might be something we could do there. I wouldn't say that it's the first priority going into 3.30 with much more of a focus on the end game and on, making that area of the game more fresh. But it's something that I would be happy to do eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Thorns was another one of those ones similar to Light Radius, where all of their mechanics historically have been tied to specific unique items that give either an insane amount of the stat, like Jaws of Agony, or they're doing something weird like that one helmet, which I forget
Pale
what it is.
King. Crown of the Pale King, yeah. I mean, to be fair, that is somewhat the case in PoE2, but it's gotten a bit better as things have matured there. I remember the first iterations of PoE2 Thorns builds, like Crown of the Pale King, was essentially necessary. Like, you just could not play the build without it. Yep. Anyway, I don't mean to go down a whole rabbit hole on Thorns.
So another thing I was really curious about was, how do you feel about the current state of the Recombinator, with obviously the meta being smashing blue items together?
I haven't been doing too much recombinating, so I don't really have any strong feelings either way on it. To be fair, like I've sort of forgotten about it a little bit. Every now and again, I'll be like, I try to save an item via recombination, but other than that, I don't really use it. I understand it's very powerful for like double influenced items and that type of crafting.
This is the kind of thing where I would say if you currently are someone listening to this podcast and you have extremely strong feelings on this, then, forum posts and Reddit posts and make those feelings known, because this is something that I don't think is really on our radar, and specifics would be really useful.
Well, so
Well, how do you feel about
yeah,
it?
I was about to say my personal largest enjoyment of the Recombinator. And I actually don't necessarily. I might get torched for this. My personal biggest enjoyment of the Recombinator was like before we had really figured it out in Sentinel. Before people started doing one blue, and the alteration spam, and when you could move. Suppression to energy shield items, and you could move fractures across. I actually didn't like that you could have multiple fractures on one item, but I did like that, and it felt more. I guess it was just the feeling of how I interacted with fracture or with Recombinator in Sentinel. It made me approach all loot differently. Like if I found an amulet that was effectively bricked, but it had a lot of good stats, and I found another amulet that was effectively bricked but had a lot of good stats, I could effectively try to save that by recombinating them. And it made me like, I remember during Sentinel League, I was keeping so many more items and saving items in a completely different way. And I at least liked that part of it a lot. So if I was redesigning it, it would have an option like something like, is a minimum of 4 rare stats, but it can even bring things over to, suppression or armor monster and shield, like things like that. Make it a bit more random, a little bit less about just rolling tier one, slam them together infinitely. Personally, not a huge fan of that. But I really like how it made me just redefine how I looked at loot.
Putting aside the illegal stats on an illegal basis bit, the example you gave of like finding 2 amulets, that one amulet has 2 good stats, one amulet has 2 good stats, but they're covered in junk otherwise. I assume the reason you wouldn't slam those together in a recombinator right now is just because the cost of doing so is not worth it, right? Yeah. Like it's more efficient to spend your recombinator resource, the thaumaturgic dust,
I would just scrap
on
something
things that are much more, So like, does that imply then that we need to reassess those costs and we need to maybe make a cheaper option if the item has like 6 mods or something like that? Like, so that you're more incentivized to try to rescue items that you dropped with crappy mods on them?
I'm going to get murdered. I shouldn't have said that.
I mean, that is one of the shames of like the current Recombinator, is it feels such like an in-game tool rather than something that you consider using. I mean, to be fair, you only get access to it in maps now, but it's never really been, I feel, something that people just use on like random things that they find, and it's more just this like in-game crafting tool.
Yeah, but I mean, in part that would just be because spending the dust isn't worth it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's useful to think about. I can't really promise any specific changes because we need to know more about the specific problem.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's definitely something a lot more people should have input on anyway, regardless of anything. One thing, I just want to bring up PoE 2 real quick, because I want to talk about the Martyr event in PoE 2. It was obviously insanely cool. Do you ever see there ever be anything similar in PoE 1? Like, not necessarily the same thing, but like, that type of feeling.
I mean, that type of thing is something I absolutely love, so I would love to. It's just a matter of, budgetary concerns to be boring. It's a matter of, I have X number of hours from X number of developers on the PoE1 project, and this is something that would be really cool to do, but is absolutely 100% optional, right? Like, we have to deliver a league. We have to deliver good end-game changes. We have to deliver cool new uniques and stuff for people to play with. We don't have to deliver something on the same level as the martyring yourself, but damn, it'd be cool if we could.
Yeah.
Oh, I just love Easter eggs. So whether or not it comes with hidden player power doesn't really matter to me. I just want something cool for the community to discover that they wouldn't expect.
Cool. Mercenaries, now that they're core, do you think you'd somehow let us put MTX on our mercenaries, including their skills? And similar with like portals and Kingsmarch, do we ever like MTX those?
It might be possible. I can look into whether that's a massive month-long headache or a thing that could be done in a week. Because currently there's a file that's just a big list of all the different mercenary types, and then all their gear slots, and then all the MTX that we apply to them. So it's just a big list right now.
Hello.
And it's static per mercenary type. So maybe we could get a more dynamic system there put together that then players would be able to interact with and assign MTX to.
Well, what about any form of personalization, like renaming the mercenaries, renaming my mappers? It's just like, Steel Mage has died in a map. He'd enter a fight. That kind of stuff. It's a bit small and silly,
I kind of
but
personally, this is very personal, very subjective, but I kind of personally like that they have like their own names. It makes them
Right.
feel more like a dude that I hired rather than, you know, an object in a video game.
It's an extra axis of randomness to finding the perfect mercenary. You gotta get
The
the,
perfect
optimal
name?
as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
But like, I'm not vehemently against it. I would want to run it by some more people. You know, see what Mark and Jonathan think.
I love personalization. Now, this is a scissoring question. Well, asking for a friend. Transfigured explosive arrow when?
It's on my list. I love doing transfigured skills. I will say, with the scope of what we want to accomplish for the endgame revamp in 3.30, it's pretty unlikely there's going to be a ton of transfigured skills in 3.30. You know, so I wouldn't hold my breath for it next league specifically. But I have some designs that have just been on the back burner while other more important things have been ongoing.
Okay, cool. Crab totem. Big fan of the crab totem. Is it in just double checking that it's intended to have a hidden less damage modifier?
It has the same less damage modifier that the spell totem support has. But basically, they're the same support, except one of them changes your totems to be crabs. But I think the issue really is that because the support is on an item, there's no gem hover, you can't see all of the specific details about the support. So yeah, it is intended to have that multi to match spell totem.
There is a keyword for it now, and that keyword should probably have more specific information about, you know, because yeah, it's easy on our end to say it's spell totem, but shaped like a crab. But to a player who just picks up the item, that isn't necessarily intuitive.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Two more quick questions at the end here. Faustus has 10 taps. In hardcore, we think still slower, which I'm sure Octavian notices. That is maybe a little bit more painful than it is in software. Things can take a while to ship. Do you think there'll ever be more than 10 slots for Faustus?
I would like there to be. This is, again, a system that affects both games, so I can't really promise one way or the other. Yeah, that's something that I would need to discuss with, you know, Mark and Jonathan and make sure that everything is fine to change that.
Yeah, cool. In PoE 2, you can run the final lab in Trial of the Second and get all the ascendancies on a new character. Do you like that? And is that something we could ever see in PoE 1 without like right now we have the requirements, right? Like you have to be level 60, 65 to get boosted through blood, and you do have to have the other ones done first.
I personally have nothing against it. I guess it's just like, it's very much for second characters, right? Where you get someone else to like level you through the campaign. Or you just intentionally just don't waste your time getting that extra power boost.
Yeah, I guess if you can level effectively, which in modern day PoE 1 you absolutely can with the right gear and the right spells and all that, or attacks, whatever you're leveling with. If you can level effectively without needing your ascendancy points, then it allows you to just skip a little bit of busy work, so to speak.
Cool.
This is another one though that I would want to get Mark's input on before saying yes or no.
Yeah. I just want to bring up some quick points. Another quick point, I think this is very fast and fixable. You know the voyage menu while you're down there, looking at like the big map? That's the only menu in the game that does not close with escape. And I still hit escape every single time.
There's an issue to fix that.
Excellent. I was very curious as well, is there any news on Harbinger, like being back, upgrading? Like a lot of people love Harbinger still, even though I know it was outdated models and stuff.
Well, we have a vague design for how we want it to work, and there are art assets underway.
Oh shit, that's
so
sick.
It is in the works. I can't promise a specific release date or anything though.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Okay, I have one final question. That's just more. It's a very interesting question to me. So right now, the league mechanic gives a lot of gold. Which has been, we've had like gold rotation groups and stuff like that. In leagues where we don't have good access to gold, that is very common. We'll have like a lot of gold rotation groups. Whereas right now is even as a solo player, possible to find gold. And I just wondered, now that the league is like, been out for a little bit, I wondered how you guys felt about a lot of gold, less gold. Personally, I'm really enjoying it right now, and I've been positively surprised how many gold sinks there is. So yeah, just curious.
I'm broadly somewhat okay with like how much gold in general players are getting.
Yeah.
I don't 100% love that it's super heavily oriented towards one mechanic that's the source of this.
Oh.
You know, and so basically what I'm saying is going forward, I would rather go like, okay, if we're saying that players should have this amount of gold, then we should really bump up the numbers on gold in a lot of other places in the game instead of having there's a billion gold here and a few hundred gold over there.
That's really nice to hear. I'm curious, how do you feel about bosses having gold?
Can you expand on it a little bit? Sorry.
Like, let's say that all I want to do in a league is find bosses and Ubers. Could I still get gold?
Oh, as in like, should bosses be dropping multiplicatively more gold than they do currently?
Yeah.
How did you feel about that?
Not sure. I'd need to think about it more. It's just, I don't know how much I'm just being like influenced based on how gold works in other games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It would be a philosophical shift where it feels like gold is like an arbitrary value you assign to each mechanic rather than just being like a natural consequence of like the amount of loot you get from random drops everywhere.
Because it is correlated to that at the moment in the game.
For most things, apart from like things that specifically give you a lot of gold, like the chest,
like the clan
and
chest.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to plant the seed there a little bit. I was curious how you guys liked the increased gold. That's pretty much, I think we're out of time. So thank you so much for taking this time. I know you guys are crazy busy, and I think everybody in the community appreciates hearing from you guys and what you're thinking. So yeah, huge thank you for doing these. Like, we really appreciate it.
Got some shale.
Happy to.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good
All
to
right.
see you again.
Yeah, good to see you guys. We'll see you at the Exile Con soon. It's gonna be crazy. But yeah, let's get a huge applause in chat from everyone in chat. Thank you guys, and we'll see you next time.
Oh, hello.
All right, bye.
there.
Bye.
So what was I thinking about just now?
Fuck me.
Well, very good player, because like I said, I like players who have a personality, who have the freedom to play and enjoy playing football, right? And today, Kamara was lethal. He just come in for 30 minutes. He just changed the game, one assist and one goal, and important goal as well for the return legs. Of course, the game is not finished, but those two have been very, very important. And Mane, since he's been with us, is always improving, because today you see he play number 9. Usually I prefer him as winger, but today he give me even a idea again. That means he can play on this position. Fantastic players, and because for his age, how cool he was when he get the ball. I remember if he was me, maybe I don't know, one touch, but he control, he passed the defender, and after that with his coolness, he finish off top though.
Okay.
Only people that are mad about Watermark, I'll tell you who's mad about Watermark. Is the people that have 5 alts. Is the people with 5 alts, those are the only ones that are mad about Watermark. Ain't no way you're playing one character and you're mad about not leveling Watermark. I'm sorry, bro. That makes 0 sense to me. It's so easy. It's so easy. You tried Wand. It has a very contract, has so much self healing, deals so much damage, buffs, debuffs. It gives so much stuff. But yeah, Wand is really good. The only problem with Wand right now is because of the Eye of Entius, why it's so strong. But once it gets like a nerf, he's gonna pop for sure. Alright, let's finish these questions. My screen died. Weird. This is the. I'll tell you how to fix the game. It's in level 80. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe on Friday, maybe on Saturday. I'm 80. It doesn't matter because when I hit 80, my grind is over, right? So it's not for me. It's not that deep. It's not that deep when I hit the 80. Where do I need to kill people? You need to kill some players. Go kill some players real quick. But I'll tell you 4 super easy solutions. I said it earlier in the stream too, but I'll say 4 super easy solutions to fix the game. 1, you need to double or triple the solid we get from grinding in the game. 1, that will fix so many problems with the progression. Skill course problem, gear problem, trade problems, craft. I mean, progression would just get fixed by a lot by just changing that. Triple the solid the game, right? 2, BGs to be solo queue with no extra buffs. You should not get extra buffs. Maybe duo queue, you can do duo queue actually. Duo queue with no extra buffs. No 50% extra this, 50% extra that. 3, you remove alliances. You do these 3 things. And of course, balance a little bit more, right? The eye event use stuff. You do these 4 things, and I promise you, the game will be so much better. So much better. Like 4 super easy changes, man. Uh-oh. It's a glad. You better run, bruh. All right, one more player. Why am I getting super boring? Yeah, but if you make it fully focused, the watermark is the only thing you want to grind, yeah, it's boring. If you treat it as just a daily progression thing,
on je jebo. Speed je mrtvý hlava. To je faktor. Je mrtvý hlava, to je faktor. Ako všetci sme chceli, aby Speed nebol mŕtvý v hlave. Problém je, že je. let's find it. It's a hundred folks. Koho trápi nejaké pičiny nahnitý trava a ich watermark lávali. Za mesiac sme dali 15. Skoro. Je to viacej ako mesiac už. Či to viacej ako mesiac, o dosť, jo. Speed je úplne piči, sa nedá ani pozerať. Chorý jedinec, ten Speed. Takže ona sa narodila bez rúk. A mala dieťa a to dieťa sa tiež narodilo bez rúk. Are you fucking kidding me? To bolo 12 rokov dozadu. Tak už vieme, či našiel. $130 miliónov. 12 rokov dozadu.
The DR is a little bit more. The range is less. The block chance is horrible. You know what I'm saying? Like the stats are so bad in comparison. So I don't even know if it's worth switching to Heroic SNS and having Cody GS. I don't even know if that's worth it. Because I have been thinking about building it, but I just don't know if it's worth doing it. Like you end up losing so much stats. The only nice thing about the Corrigius is you get the hits. Templar, let me see here. This one is nice, but it's more of a team play one, right? I don't play much team play. Right? This one is whatever. This one could be good. I haven't tested the damage though. Could be decent, but I don't think so. I think maybe the new Deluzna upgraded one, but I need to see how the skill works. Could be decent. This one is not good. It's a push. Azrael, it's not good. The crit damage, wait, where's the crit one? Crit damage reduction when you use, that might be a play. Yeah, this one could be play. Increased crit damage distance when you use counter barrier. This one's not bad, actually. I have debated on using this. But this one, the shield strike on a heroic, it's pretty nasty. Wait, can I seal mine? Can I seal this? Ah, unable to seal. Imagine. Blade of Finish also crazy for Templar. See here. Healing received. Yeah, it's decent for Templar. For healing. Bow 2, I guess. Bow 2. I don't know. Might have to change builds, personally. Might have to change builds. The Ravager. For PGs especially. Even though I like playing this class, it's just not as viable anymore. Even when I have the good gear. Also, I need to try to get Fanatic gloves. Will remove all the new healing debuffs? What do you mean?
Oh, jeden
No,
certifikát
it
iba?
removes one debuff. Are you talking about the new bow? Change fascia depending on the charge time. Icebound deals bonus damage for bound. Okay, it's just damage once. Which one are you talking about? I think the new. Is it this one maybe? You can remove a debuff. You can remove a debuff. You can't remove all. So you can remove the healing debuff, but you can. I think it's like a random debuff you remove, right? You can't target remove a debuff. I mean, if there's healers in chat, they probably can explain in a better way. Low key, I think this might be the play, but if I'm going Ravager, it's very cheap, 1.2k. Yeah, it's a pretty good price. Weaken, then he can't remove the guillotine. The guillotine isn't a weaken anymore, right? Yeah,
Oh, wow.
It's not a weaken anymore, so you can't remove the healing debuff from guillotine.
It's a Wrath of Ingenuity head.
but it used to be.
That's a stamina regen one.
The thing is, I wanted to get the guillotine and stuff, but guillotine is like, look at this. Insane behavior. Death blow is probably like 9k. People figured out the guillotine is better, so we cook now. What else could I get? I was thinking about Vital Force. Like Vital Force can give me Vital Force so much. Skill damage boost by 50%, so I get like 150, 200 more skill damage boost. I don't think that's worth it either. Right? I think the best one is this. You know what? I'm just gonna buy it, I think. F it. Right? The problem is, where do I put it? Do I put it on the Heroic SNS? Do I put it on my Diagon? It's just one trade, right? What do we think, chat? Because I want to play... My problem with this is I want to play Heroic SNS, maybe, but at the same time Diagon. You get me? So do I buy this? Do I buy two of them? One for each weapon? Kimmy's Doc Chef's next update. I don't agree. Ever notice a cash grab before AM2? You don't know what you're talking about. Two different developers. Why would they kill the game and lose their jobs? It makes no sense. What are you saying, bro? Holy. You know what? FA, bro. It's so cheap right now. Let's just buy it. Don't care. It's 1K, man. I can afford 1K. Wait, can I not inherit it? Where is it? Hello? Do I need to, I never did this. I need to unseal it, right? I need to unseal it first, I think. Yeah, I need to unseal it. Maybe I get a weapon level. Wait, 79? Imagine. Okay. 5. Oh, wow. That's expensive. Shield Strike enchant. Unseal, reseal, and we lose the market. And to take our jobs, facts. The Vine channel only gives like 60. Yeah, it depends on how much skill damage boost you have in general, but it should give you like 100 maybe. I tested it out. So right now, if you look at my skill damage boost, right, I have 401. I take out Vital Force. Yeah. I should have like 150 instead of 400. So you're 264. Okay, so 150. That's on the level. It will be higher, of course, when I level it up. So you'll get like 100, maybe 120 skill damage boosts for the Vital Force. I don't think that's worth it. 120. Spectrum Agony. Yeah, but it's not explosive enough, though. That's my problem with Spectrum Agony. It's not explosive enough damage. I like your thinking, though. How much is it? 900? Ooh, not bad. 20%. I don't know, bro. I just don't think it's explosive enough. I really want to play Nirma, though. I really want to play Nirma Mordecai combo. Go back to my old build instead of my Cordy build. Maybe I need to just throw away the Cordy. Especially, okay, here's my thing. For this BG mode, this sealed 12v12, I think the Mordecai as Nirma combo is by far the best. Not even close, right? I think it's by far. Nirma stun with Cordy? No. What do you mean? You mean Nirma stun with Mordecai? With Nirma stun? Yeah. I think for this gameplay mode, you do the Nirma SNS with Morokai, and then for the other mode, you do the Corey GS, right? Guilty Blade and I think no, I would say Guillotine plus I wouldn't say White of Force.
Nici, unavený som. Idem si láhnuť. O 4. sa zobudím, hodinku si vysnú kocu. Really? Fucking really? Oh shit.
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 discussion. Welcome to some discussion of the upcoming patch 3.29.2. This is expected to come out New Zealand Thursday time, so that is anywhere realistically up to about 18 hours after I'm making this video, but potentially something earlier than that as well. Of course, like any patch, it could be delayed. Now, this is going to be a really substantial improvement to a couple of specific things that have been pain points. Firstly, there are going to be improvements to the Abyss regular monster loot that exists at the moment. The changes Granny Gear Games have already made to the chests that come out of Abyss aren't too bad. So Abyss does have a purpose for existing again at the moment. It's not necessarily a great mechanic prior to this, but it is something that does have a few things that you can get from it, and it doesn't feel terrible to run. However, what they're going to be doing is making it so that the regular monsters that you kill from it, or more precisely, the elite monsters that you kill from it, more on that distinction later, those are going to have substantially more rewards, but at the same time, they're also going to be substantially tougher. And there'll be more ways to juice them up further by using some of the rarer scarabs that are tied to the Abyss mechanic. On top of this, there are some changes that are coming to Legion as a mechanic. Now, these are going to be really interesting as well, because you are not always going to want to use these. More on that in a sec. There are some new options for Legion. For certain types of crafts, this will be a big improvement, but for certain Legion crafts, it will actually be worse to use the new options. There's a number of small changes that are being made to other content areas in the game, and then the 329 specific Oriflame content, moist maps, whatever you want to call it. This is going to be getting some juicing options that go beyond the current limits of that content. However, I do think it's important to note that not all of the changes they want to make to the moist maps are going to make it into 329 too. So there's going to be some upgrades to the altar encounters that you'll find. These are going to be rarer but better. But at the same time, the changes that are going to be made to juicing options beyond that to voyages, things that take them meaningfully beyond 8 mod tier 16 maps and to be more difficult than that, those are going to come up at a later patch. That's likely to be next week. So let's go through everything, starting with the changes coming to Abyss. Firstly, elite enemies. Elite enemies are the ones that have more than typical hit points for a monster. The ones that are spawned by Abyss pits, they're going to have higher effectiveness than they've got at the moment. Effectiveness is a stat that Path of Exile 2 started using that has probably been backported already silently to Path of Exile 1. What it means is just that these monsters are kind of like Path of Exile 1's mini Brutuses. They're tougher than another monster of the same rarity in their zone, and they also drop considerably better loot. I believe they also award more XP as well, but that's something that I'm not 100% certain of. Well, these elite monsters, the ones that are spawned by the Abyss pits, they're going to have more of this stat. Now, I don't know how much they've got currently, and I don't know how big this change is. This was the change, however, that when it took place in patch 0.4.0 of Path of Exile 2, it ended up really, really breaking things because Granny Gear Games dialed the numbers up too high. So suddenly you went from a fully juiced up temple, maybe dropping 4 divine orbs prior to that change, all the way up to dropping literally dozens of them after that change. And it got to the extent that really divine orbs almost ceased to be loot entirely in Path of Exile 2 during that patch. So we don't know how much they're going to be turning the dial on this. Realistically, I feel it's the sort of thing that a 25% more multiplier is probably really safe on, and a 50 to 100% more multiplier, that's when you might start seeing this going away from, yeah, Abyss is a serviceable but maybe one of the weaker mechanics, to Abyss is the spot to get loot and everything else feels really bad. They're also going to make it though so that there are more elite spawning from Abyss pits as well. Now, the important thing here is that these two changes stack multiplicatively with each other. If you go from 5 monsters that each have 200% effectiveness up to 6 monsters that each have 300% effectiveness, you've ended up adding 80% more loot, 80% more XP, a whole lot of things that are really substantial there. Additionally, for builds that have really good screen coverage, and particularly if you've got explosions, you might find that having more of these monsters actually doesn't really make things much harder. In fact, in some cases, it might even make it easier because you've got kills that are propagating through packs, and kill propagation methods tend to be more reliable the more monsters that you've got. So Abyss definitely getting a substantial buff there. That's the first one. Then the second one relates to the Abyss Scarab of Crystals. Now, this is the one that causes abyssal pits in the area to spawn abyssal crystals. However, the current incarnation of this is turned off when that abyssal pit instead is going to provide a chest. So you go through a map and you do everything in the abyss and you find, okay, well, the first one didn't give me an abyssal crystal, it gave me a lower chest. The second one didn't give me a crystal, it gave me a greater chest. The third one, well, it gave me an abyssal crystal, but then by this point, you've killed a good number of the monsters that are present in the abyss. That's no longer going to be the case. Even if they spawn a chest, they're also going to spawn an abyssal crystal now. So this is really substantial, especially if you're able to increase the number of pits that spawn in the area as well. Now, this is going to be important to note though. This increased difficulty and reward is something that the player base doesn't really understand what this stat does very well. My own testing of this in the past loosely indicated that it seemed to make it more likely that loot would be replaced by rarer categories of loot. So this means that armor and weapons, the two most common categories of loot and generally pretty undesirable to get, they would stop appearing very much and you would start seeing more of some of the rarer things. Now, rarer doesn't necessarily always mean super desirable. The rarest category of loot currently is Sanctum Tomes, and they're not super desirable at the current moment. But there's some things that are in a bit more demand that will also pick up in appearance rate once you have multiple stacks of this increased difficulty and reward. And of course, my testing of increased difficulty and reward wasn't particularly scientific. I'm pretty sure in that result, but it's also from a couple of patches ago now. So not 100% certain what this is going to mean, just that it does tend to be fairly impactful. This was also the stat that caused Breach Scarab of Resonant Cascade to be so popular last league. So maybe Abyss Scarab of Crystals will end up being the new Breach Scarab of Resonant Cascade, or maybe it won't quite go that far. And if anyone watching this is thinking, hey, wouldn't it be a really smart thing to go and buy a bunch of Abyss Scarab of Crystals? Well, guess what? People have already thought of that. And as soon as this announcement was first made, as soon as anyone first discussed this, the value of these things kind of exploded, as tends to be the case. And next up we have some Legion changes. Now this one's really interesting, but I do want to warn you, don't just always use this. So enshrouded items that are in a crystal of permutation can now be charged up to 3 times. They will gain variant rarity each time the crystal is charged. The higher the variant rarity is, the more likely the resultant vestigal item is to be a rarer unique item. You can break out a crystal to obtain a vestigal unique as long as you full charge the item at least once. So where's the catch with this? Well, there are some very, very common unique items, such as Honor Home, which is equal most common unique item in the game, and these can actually be quite desirable if they get the right Vestigal unique implicit on them. For example, Vestigal unique implicit from the Gull ends up being extremely popular if it's on Honor Home. I'm just calling out this one particular item, but if you search around, you'll find there's a bunch of other things on the tier 5 rarity list and the tier 4 rarity list that are things that people are fairly happy to use. As an example, I am currently using this helmet in League. I am very happy with it. I consider it one of the best items on my character. This is something that I'm using despite getting absolutely nothing from the +1 to the maximum number of summoned holy relics. This is just the Gull, but better. This is the Gull, but it doesn't break my armor and energy shield mastery, and it has a whole bunch of resistances that take some of the stress off other gear. This is a fantastic item, and it's one I'd highly recommend, but it's also a tier 4 rarity unique, so not super rare. This is the sort of thing that you can definitely find with the system as it currently is. Now, anything that biases towards rarer uniques is also biasing against more common uniques. So I want you to just keep that in mind. And if you are looking for the best community efforts known to determine the unique item tiers that exist for all of the different unique items in the game, I'll put a link down in the description below to this page over on poewiki.net. This is an incredibly useful guide. It is not 100% correct, but it is both far better than my personal memory, and it is far better than any individual player's subjective experience will be. There has been some very serious testing that's gone into this, as well as a bunch of other things like what happens when you offer a unique item into the new Atlas anomaly, the Court of Chaos. What happens if you spam 5,000 ancient orbs on a particular item class? What do you say? All of this has been taken into account, and this list has been compiled from it. As a general rule of thumb, if your goal is to get a tier 3 or rarer unique, then you are going to want to overcharge your festival items substantially. If your goal is to get a tier 4, you may only want to charge it twice. And if your goal is to get a tier 5, you absolutely positively always want to only charge it once. Next up is a buff to one of the more powerful mechanics in the game, the amount of Wildwood Wisps that you'll gain in the Viridian Wildwood. This has been increased. Certain enemy mercenary skills have had the nerf hammer applied to them.
Dobre páni, poďme ich trochu vylízať. Ako my hovoríme, vylízať do čistá. 5,57, 44 je za nami. To je táto sirakora, vymažeme, vyšňupeme, našňupeme, prešňupeme a samozrejme aj zašňupeme. A už se opravili, ale sračky se opravili. Zmenili svoje dodatky. V piatok, 2 dny dozadu, hlásili zimu a non-stop zimu. Dnes, už od piatku, hlásia teplo a non-stop teplo. Klasická ľudská rasa. Nikdy sa nespoliehaj. O dva dní to môže byť znova úplne inak. Ľudská rasa podradná. upravili. Sve dodatke. Sve fantasmagorie. Že upravili su ove dodatke. Klasická ľudská rasa.
There are some of these mercenary skills that just feel completely and utterly unfair. This was the case way back in 326 when we had mercenaries the first time, but players got used to avoiding them, and also players were just really, really powerful in that league. And so when 329 came around and the mechanic went core, well, Granny Games had to go back and do a little bit more
Check
balancing
out
on
what
it.
came in from Pondium. Local.
Very simple quality of life pass. There is now a crafting bench in Einhar's Menagerie. This is something that has been overdue for a very long time. It's one of those things where you're constantly adding additional loading screens. And one of the things that I find most frustrating in PoE 2 is that there's so many of these mechanics that force you to just constantly travel to various locations and go through a long loading screen every time, maybe 2 long loading screens every time. The Well of Souls is the most egregious of these in Path of Exile 2, but Path of Exile 1, another one of them is being removed. You're not going to need to constantly bounce between your hideout and the menagerie if you're doing specific types of crafting. Finally, offering to the defaulters in Voyages are getting a little bit of a polished pass as well. So they will now display the chance they grant for certain currencies to convert to others. They already do provide this, but they're going to actually be upfront and open to you about it. These chances are being raised, but also at the same time, these are going to be rarer altars as well. I believe one of them, for example, is a 4% chance for the rest of the voyage for Chaos Orbs to upgrade into Divine Orbs. So if that ends up being 6%, but maybe it's 1/3 rarer than it was before, there's no real change there. It's just that it's more impactful when you do get one. The intention here is that it's more noticeable when you do get one of these. Across many voyages, there will overall be a higher number of currencies converted, assuming that you are finding and interacting with these altars. And this will come alongside many other bug fixes and general improvements as usual.
Oh,
The next week, Granny Games are planning to do a follow-up patch to this. This one is really interesting. So what they're doing here is they're providing new ways to juice up the league mechanic beyond the current limits of voyages. Now, they're going to add in 6 cursed ducats to the game. They're just going to come from various endgame means. We haven't been told what these are. But when you get one of these, it's a quest item, it's non-tradable, and you'll be able to apply up to 3 of them at a time. So they'll just work like Voidstone sockets on the Atlas UI. Now, cursed ducats can be socketed into the Voyage UI, and once you've got 3 of them active, each one of them will ratchet up the quantity and rarity of items that are dropped by slain enemies inside chart and Voyage encounters both. But at the same time, each of the 6 comes with its own difficulty modifier as well. So you can choose to apply none of these. If you do that, you're going to have the same experience that players get right now. The same loot, the same rewards, but you're just not using this new mechanic. You can apply one of them, in which case you'll get slightly better items that drop from regular monsters there. You can apply 2, or you can apply 3. If you do apply 3, you can't go beyond that by applying all 6, because I think Granny Games considered that would affect build viability too much, because these are all going to have some sort of drawback applied to them, some sort of nerf to your character, or some sort of buff to the monsters that are present in the zone, and some builds will deal well with this, some will not. As an example, and I'm not suggesting that this is one of the mods they're using, maybe one of them will read plus 50% rarity, plus 25% quantity, but players in the area have 75% less regeneration of life, mana, and energy shield. This is a really nasty mod. Some builds can deal with it, some builds cannot. If you're playing a build that can deal with it, then yeah, sure, you socket it. If you're not, then maybe you choose a different drawback instead. Maybe another one has minus 12% maximum resistances, and you're confident you can deal with that. Or maybe another one says 20% less cast speed, and you're hardly casting any spells at all. You can deal with that just fine. The exact details will be revealed later, but that's something that I think will be really interesting when we get our hands on it. So those are the changes. The big things that are coming tomorrow, expect Abyss to have better loot from regular monsters, plus better juicing options. Expect Legion to have some new options for the way that the crystals will work, and these will not always be the right choice to use. but it is strictly better to have the new options. The particular case where this will be at its best is if you want to get a rare output and you're putting in a rare input. For example, your input item is Mahoxidor's Machination and your desired output item is Aegis Aurora. In that case, you'll find that using this overcharging mechanism is going to be absolutely ideal for what you're trying to do. On the flip side though, if you're trying to get something like the Gull as your input and Honor Home as your output, then this will be actively detrimental to use. Then there's some minor changes. Otherwise, I'm gonna leave it there. May your Varlords have interesting results.
May my Warlord go to fuckery.
Fresh bait! I must have time to gather my will.
May my Warlord go to fuckery and dig itself. Dig itself. Fucking Warlords. Butchers, man. Butchers. Fucking go Warlords, spew Butchers. Minul sam i dust, páni, nemáme dust. Čo má veľký dust? Čo môžeme kúpiť? Stardust, no? To stihol odkopnúť. To je šmák. Holy shit, to pekne zahrdzal.
Ahojte priatelia, vítam vás pri sledovaní ďalšieho videa. Dlhšie som odkladal natočenie tohto videa, pretože som si chcel byť na 100% istý tým, ako sa vyvinie situácia v tých nasledujúcich dňoch. Máme aktuálne stredu 5. augusta, krátko popoludní a zažívame vrchol pekelnej horúčavy, vlny horúčav, ktorá tu trvá od konca júla. No a v ďalších dňoch už túžobne očakávame to, že by sa malo konečne počasie nejako zmeniť. Mám však pre vás jednu dobrú, jednu zlú správu a jednu veľmi zlú správu. Začnem tou dobrou správou. Tou dobrou správou je, že skutočne by sa malo v závere pracovného týždňa ochladiť a už v piatok postupí do našej oblasti od severozápadu studený front. Tento studený front bude spojený s tlakovou nížou nad severnou Európou. No a za týmto studeným frontom sa skutočne výrazne ochladí. O výraznom ochladení zväčša hovoríme na území Slovenska, keď sa teplota vzduchu zo dňa na deň zmení o zhruba tých 10 stupňov. Ochladenia okolo tých 5 stupňov sú také pomerne nevýrazné a keď už sa ochladí o 10 stupňov, tak hovoríme o výraznom ochladení. Treba však jedným dýchom dodať, že toto ochladenie zdá sa nebude stačiť na to, aby sa na celom území Slovenska táto mimoriadne intenzívna vlna horúčav prerušila a síce na viacerých miestach sa ochladí pod 30 stupňov, ale pravdepodobne na juhu Slovenska, najmä na juhozápade, nebude prerušená séria tropických dní, to znamená, že maximálna teplota vzduchu vystúpi na 30 stupňov a viac aj v závere pracovného týždňa aj cez víkend. A teda teplé počasie na juhu Slovenska by malo pokračovať. A tou veľmi zlou správou je fakt, že malo by byť naďalej pomerne málo zrážok, respektíve veľmi málo zrážok a v tých ďalších dňoch sa zdá sa opäť poteplí. Čiže ak sme si to mali zhrnúť, tak v najbližších hodinách nás čaká vrcholiaci prílev mimoriadne teplého vzduchu do našej oblasti. Už teraz v stredu popoludní, alebo už v stredu okolo poludnia na území Slovenska máme 40 stupňov Celzia na juhozápade, no aj v tých najchladnejších lokalitách teplota vzduchu stúpa slabo na 30 stupňov. Rekordy sú prekonávané ako na bežiacom páse, zaznamenali sme rekord minimálnej teploty vzduchu na Záhorí a asi len veľmi ťažko odolá aj ten absolútny rekord pre Slovensko, ktorý má hodnotu 41,3 stupňa Celzia. Tento rekord sme zaznamenali ešte koncom júna a približne mesiac iba bude trvať to, aby tento rekord bol prekonaný. Uvidíme, ako to nakoniec dopadne. Ešte aj zajtra, to znamená vo štvrtok 6. augusta, bude u nás mimoriadne teplé počasie, ale spomínaný studený front sa už priblíži k našej oblasti a bude nad Českom, Rakúskom a západným Poľskom a už sa začnú vyskytovať aj prvé prehánky alebo búrky. Tieto 2 dni, ktoré teraz máme, včera a dnes, sú naozaj veľmi stabilné. Nachádza sa nad našou oblasťou hrebeň vysokého tlaku vzduchu, to som spomínal aj v tých posledných videách. A prakticky včera sa tvorilo iba zo pár kopovitých oblakov, ale zrážky sa nevyskytli. Dnes tá situácia je podobná, ale zajtra už sa prvé prehánky a búrky môžu vyskytnúť. No a potom v piatok je najvyššia šanca na zrážky. Avšak musím vás sklamať, pretože dá sa, že tieto zrážky sa nevyskytnú ani na viacerých miestach, ale skôr miestami, to znamená asi zhruba na polovici územia. Ako sa ten studený front priblíži k našej oblasti, tak mohli by byť na krajnom západe, na pohraničí s Českou republikou, prípadne na samom krajnom severe Slovenska a potom, ako ten front bude prechádzať, tak vyzerá to tak, že najviac zrážok by malo byť opäť na strednom Slovensku, to znamená ten Žilinský, Banskobystrický kraj a možno oblasť Spiša a pôjde o zrážky zväčša v podobe prehánok alebo búrok, čiže vyzerá to tak, že zrážky sa nevyskytnú všade, ani nie na viacerých miestach, ale skôr miestami a práve na tých oblastiach, kde by sme ich najviac potrebovali, to znamená na juhozápade, bude opäť relatívne menej. Ukážem vám aj nejaké obrázky, môžete to potom vidieť, ako vyzerajú tie predpovedné modely z modelu Aladdin Icon alebo aj globálneho modelu ISMWF, tak ako ste na to zvyknutí. No a v sobotu už by tých zrážok v podstate nemalo byť nejako veľa, prakticky už cez deň iba výnimočne sa vyskytnú. Sobota už bude veľmi pekným dňom, bude podstatne chladnejšie ako teraz, takže bude to celku príjemné, ale na tom juhu teplota by mala aj v sobotu vystúpiť na 30 stupňov a tam zostane v podstate teplé počasie. Čiže najchladnejší deň by mal byť piatok, v sobotu už môže byť o málo teplejšie, na severe ešte horúčavy nebudú, ale na juhu už bude opäť teplé počasie. No a v tých ďalších dňoch to vyzerá tak, že by sa mal obnoviť prílev teplého a postupne až veľmi teplého vzduchu od juhozápadu až západu do našej oblasti. A táto vlna horúčav sa naozaj natiahne na mimoriadne dlhý čas. A nedá sa teraz vôbec povedať, kedy sa to konečne ukončí, pretože predpovedné modely naznačujú, že možno až do polovice augusta by malo trvať teplé až veľmi teplé počasie na našom území. Naďalej bude mimoriadne sucho po prechode tohto studeného frontu, čo očakávame v piatok, tak potom v tých ďalších dňoch.
Takže Dextate je vybavená.
Naďalej bude vysoký výpar, vysoká teplota.
Ak dáš toto sem, jeden bodík,
sucho na území Slovenska.
budeš mať 23 k Dextate,
ktoré vám prinášam a
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80.
Príde, bude výrazné, ale bude veľmi, veľmi krátke.
80, tento jeden ti dá 83 Dextate.
Nepreruší. Na severe to bude ochladenie citeľnejšie, ale tiež krátke a v ďalších dňoch aj sever sa oteplí.
10, 20, 30,
na severe
40,
potom tie maxima by mohli byť pod 30 stupňov, okolo
60,
20 stupňov. Čiže tam možno trochu
pôjdeme z dola odtiaľto.
Ale na juhu určite sa budú
tu máš ne 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. 90 Dextate z jedného crackera môžem mať.
Tak to si necháme na ďalšie video, ale treba sa teda pripraviť na to, že ochladenie bude pomerne krátke a teplé počasie sa vráti. Či sa vrátia opäť aj 40, tak to si naozaj netrúfam teraz povedať. A preto si zapnite moje video aj niekedy na budúce, sledujte môj kanál, odoberajte a ak sa vám páčilo aj toto video z prírody, tak dajte tomuto videu like a pridajte sa do odberu kanála. Držte sa v zdraví, veľa pite a nezdržovajte sa cez deň takto vonku ako ja, ale buďte skôr v tieni. Prajem vám ešte pekný deň. Dovidenia.
Nedávajte mi extra damage. Čo sme si povedali? Čo sme si povedali?
It'd be
beginning a bit difficult. We don't create enough chance. We lose two sloppy balls. At the transition, we were not really lethal. And in front, we were not clinical. We get a few chances in first half, we missed. Second half, much better with the guys coming in. Kamara, Ibra, Mustafi, and Mane was brilliant. That's what I want from my players coming. We change the game, we contribute a lot, and yeah, today we might say we get lucky to go with the victory. Very good players, because like I said, I like players who have the personality, who have the freedom to play and enjoy playing football, right? And today Kamara was lethal. He's just coming for 30 minutes. He just changed the game, 1 assist and 1 goal, and 4 on goal as well for the return legs. Of course, the game is not finished, but those two have been very, very important. And Mane, since he's been with us, he's always improving. Because today you see he play number 9. Usually I prefer him in winger, but today he give me even a idea again. That means he can play in this position. Fantastic players, and because for his age, how cool he was when he get the ball. I remember if he was me, maybe I don't go 1 touch, but he control, he passed the defender, and after that, with his coolness, his finish up. Top draw.
Coach, you are always speaking about it's a number 1 priority for you as a team.
Yeah.
And today I would say that it really shows that, as you mentioned, such a few players with difference. So, of course, the victory from Sweden is really, really good. But is this even better for you? That such a team is such a difference and
Yeah, definitely, Jacob. The thing is, I price more this kind of victory than we play 4-3 or 5-0, right? Because this one, you see, the determination of the player. Because sometimes we go draw away, you're happy, right? But you see the team was still carry on going forward after the 1-1, and that's the mentality I like. And that's like when I said team is about those guys on the bench as well, because they are there, they can make the difference. And when they come in like that, I'm very pleased because I understand sometimes I have to be rushed on the decision of who start the starting 11. But I always tell them, listen, guy, I have 24 players, high quality, and depends on me. This is crucial position I am because I was player before. I can feel some of them can be disappointed. But if you're disappointed, when you carry your chance, maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes, show me you're disappointed. And today, those guys come in, they show me they was disappointed not start, but for the team, they do the job and they're winning for the team.
Farewell. Hail God.
What is leaf blower joke? What is leaf blower joke?
must have time to gather my will.
Wonderful. The business of the business. Freebie.
Greetings.
Show me the freebie and mojo. Show me the freebie and mojo. Show me the JoJo. Show me the lojo. Show me the mojo. Show me the freebie and JoJo. Show me the freebie and lojo. Show me the JoJo. Show me the mojo. Show me the freebie and JoJo. Show me the freebie and JoJo. Show me the freebie and JoJo. Show me the mojo. Show me the lojo. Show me the JoJo. Show me the Bobo and Lolo. Show me the Bobo and Lolo. Show me the JoJo. We got some, huh? We got some specklers. We got some. Show me the freebie and lojo. Show me the freebie and lojo. Show me the JoJo. Show me the mojo. Show me the lojo. Show me the lojo and mojo. Show me the lojo and mojo. Show me the JoJo. Show me the lojo. Ja neviem, čo mu spravil. Prečo to nepovedal hneď? Už to počúvam 5 minút. Za 5 minút nepovedali, čo sa stalo tomu Soundestovi. To neuvěděl. Show me the lojo and mojo. Show me the lojo and mojo. Show me the JoJo.
Andrew Global has a big monetization problem, so they are changing some things. Yes, this is a big news, but is it really? Let's find out in the video, because basically there is a transfer between Kina and Kuna inside of the game where you basically buy the pay-to-win currency and you trade it for the in-game currency. That way you can buy everything from the auction house, right? So you can just buy the whole gear, the best gear, all that good stuff. By just swapping your card. That was the biggest major problem in Aeon 2, but now they're changing some of the things, so let's just jump into it and talk about it, because Aeon 2 is launching soon, so let's see. There could be a major change coming. Let's put this volume up.
There could be a major change coming to Aeon's Kina. According to a recent client leak, there will be a limit placed on Kina purchases at the...
There's a client leak. It's not official confirmation, but probably close to.
Kina exchange, Kina.
So here you have the Kina, which is the in-game currency. You trade for Kuna, which is the pay-to-win currency, and you can sell it to other players. So if you are farming the Kina inside the game, you can sell it, and the whales can swap the card and buy it, and that way you get the Kuna, right? So you still have to buy the subscription to be able to use the trading house, and this is just extra pay-to-win on top of the subscription, right?
The purchase limit will be integrated across the world in server exchanges, though the specific limit amount is not yet known.
Okay, so we don't know what the limit is, which is the thing that makes it a little interesting, because if it's a 10K limit or a 1K limit every week, it's still massive. It's not going to change anything. And can people still, because Kina and Kuna is account shared, can you just log your other alts and do the same thing? So you can just bam, 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 or will it be account log? I don't think it's going to be an account log, but that's going to be bad. So if the limit is still like massive amounts, like $1,000 a week or something, it's not going to change much the pay to win. Yes, you want to have the super gigant, the super whale, but you'll still have a super whale, right? They will still be cutting you in PvE or whatever, in PvE rankings, whatever you care about, right? So I was thinking that there would be like a limitation, at least that we would know it, but we can just guess, right?
Many players who saw this believe it's a patch in preparation for the global server, as international players despise pay-to-win mechanics. What do you all think about this? There could be...
My overall thoughts is I don't like the system at all in the first place because, I mean, you can just swipe your card and buy everything from the auction house. Some people are going to say, hey, speed is paid to good progress. Hey, speed, somebody's making money. Somebody can still, you can sit there and farm 1,000 hours, the Kina, and somebody can swap their card and get all the Kina for free, right? Now, with these limitations, it is going in a better direction. Is it enough? No, I don't think so. Is the limit going to be lower by a lot? I don't think so. I think the limit is still going to be around 1,000. I think, was it Lost Ark? Who had like a $1,000 limit? Was there a game that had like a $1,000 weekly limit or something? Oh, I don't remember, but even if it's $1,000 per week, it's still insane, and we still don't know if you can pay to win in the with your alts. I think the way the reason they're doing this also is because global preparation, of course, but it's also going to lead to a lot of people using maybe the world auction more, higher taxes. Maybe Aeon is thinking they can earn a lot of money by trading with characters. I don't know. I don't know what the idea is. I think this is just good for like RMTers. I'm not gonna lie. The only ones earning from this, unless the limit is really small. If the limit is like $100, which is not gonna be a day, or like $300 a week, if that's the limit, okay, it's good. If the limit is like 1,000 and you can do it on your other characters, it makes no sense to me. The only one that will benefit from this are RMTers. And I think Aeon is trying to battle RMTers, right? That's what they're doing. They're trying to tax them with high auction taxes by having to pay subscriptions, all that good stuff. They're trying to tax them, so they remove mobile from Aeon 2. All these to battle these botters and battle these RMTers, but with adding a massive limit, what do you think the big whales are going to do? They're just going to sit there. They're going to be like, hey, okay, I spent my weekly amount this week. I have been a good boy. I will not go and buy more. No, I won't do that. No, they will find other ways to buy it. And of course, where will they go? If they can't do it through their alts,
Have you got anything?
RMT. Maybe even log their other character and sell to each other through world auction, 30% tax. I mean, they will find a way. I don't know why. What is the limit is for, unless it's like really short. I don't know. They will find other ways. So I just hope the limit is like 300 a week. I don't think it will be like, there would no way they will limit the buying to the auction to 300. I don't believe it. Ain't no way weekly. Even that is bad though. Even 300 is crazy, but like, I guess they're just trying to stop like giga whales. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna help. I think the people that are thinking that Aeon is gonna be less pay to win and stuff, I have bad news for you guys. I will be playing, of course, I've been saying this since day one. I have played it a lot in Korea. Not sorry, in Taiwan. Not in Korea, in Taiwan. I have some people who were mad about me because I said I played in Korea and not Taiwan, like it's a big deal, but whatever. But the monetization, the small changes they added, yes, it is cheaper than Taiwan. Yes, you don't pay $30 for the subscription. You pay $15 for the subscription, but there's still a subscription that you still need to use the auction house, right? Yes, they're adding a limit to Kina, but you can still swipe your credit card to buy Kina to buy gear in the game. The biggest problem is the way the progression works inside of the game. That's my main problem with Aeon 2. The way progression works isn't that you go do the dungeon and you drop the best gear, you get lucky, or you farm for it, whatever. No, it's through crafting. You have to craft, and then it's RNG related to the craft. You can fail the crafting, you have to keep crafting. All the fails that you get, you sell them in the auction house. So you need the auction house, right? and all the best gear is by crafting.
We are
and
doing
it's
a
through
weekly
the auction
welcome,
house, right?
actually.
So that is
We're
the biggest
cracking it.
problem. People are incentivized to pay to win, to swipe the card, because all the good gear is through the auction house. If the good gear, the best gear, was obtainable other ways, I wouldn't be that mad about it. I'd be like, hey, okay, you still have to grind, right? You still have to do this. You still have to do this to get the best legendary gear. At the start, yeah, you'll be running the dungeons, the pit system to get those weapons, but they will be replaced really quick because you will need to get the best gear through crafting. So even though they're limiting the stuff, people are gonna find ways around it, and the limit is gonna be super high. It's such delusion. I think it's just delusion. If you guys think it's gonna be, hey, it's gonna be $100 limit weekly or 300, no, it's gonna be like 1,000 or $5,000. Hey, dog, you better not spend more than $5,000 this week, or we're gonna come for your ass. All right, $5,000. It's gonna be some dumb thing like that. Like it's NC, guys. Please, stop it. Stop it. All right. I mean, I'll be playing it. I will be buying, unfortunately, the subscription because it is required. So I will be supporting the game. I also buy early access because I'm a streamer. So that way I will be paying the $40. Actually, the early access is cheaper. $30, $25 for nothing. By the way, that's also crazy. Not adding any subscription inside of the early access packs is wild to me. You get nothing, you get a title and early access. Yeah, very good. To pay $100 for that and some pet mount. Like, come on, bro. Really? Is that what we're doing, guys? Yeah, is that what we're doing? But I'll be paying that 20, and then I'll pay the subscription 30. And if I play for 2 months, I'll spend $50 on it, which is fair to me. If you play the game for more than a year or 2 years, well, if you just buy the subscription, that's gonna get expensive real quick. If you play for 2 years, that's $400 on Aeon 2. Good job, guys. Thanks for watching. Let me know what you guys think. It's a positive change, but not enough in my opinion at all. Thank you guys so much for checking out this video right here. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
What? Oh. My goodness, people.
shall fall.
Ooh, with that. Ooh, with that.
I must have time to gather my will.
See floor edges.
Hello?
You kidding me? We got a few bucklers in or out. Ugh. Copper plate, Solaris, Lorica and stuff. Come on, give me a firecracker. Give me a buncher.
Hello. Go with courage.
Give me a fucking buncher, man. Give me a fucking buncher. Give me a fucking buncher. Give me a cracker. Give me a mojo.
Hello. Journey well.
Give me a fucking buncher. Give me a fucking buncher. Give me a cracker. Give me a lojo. Give me a mojo. Produce. Can you just fuck off with produce? Like extra produce. What is that? Why do we need to struggle with extra produce? Three faces in the dark. Give me that low, Joe.
Yes. It's good stuff. Fresh bait! I must have time to gather my will.
I think we need to go back to bismuth. I think we got everything. I think we are missing bismuth the most. Do we got enough bismuth? The question is simple. Do we have enough bismuth for the big boys? For the cocoa bunchers? Yeah, cocoa buncher, yeah. Yeah, cocoa buncher, yeah, cocoa buncher. Put me up, put me down, put my cocoa in your butt. Put me up, put me down, put my cocoa. Yeah, cocoa buncher, yeah. Yeah, cocoa buncher, yeah. Put me up, put me down, put my cocoa in your butt. Put me up, put me down, put my cocoa.
Hello.
Oh my fucker, man, what is this?
Go with courage.
We need more bismuth. Fuck the petrifier. Fuck the Lojo. Give me more bismuth. It's over. It's over for you, Amber. Give me more bismuth. Give me more bismuth. You fucking buncher. You fucking buncher. Hallelujah, you fucking buncher. Give me more bismuth. Give me more bismuth, you fucking buncher, you coconut. You fucking buncher, you cocoa butt.
This is good. My style.
Give me more bismuth, you cocoa butt. This is not a bismuth. This is orichalcum and crimson, you cocoa butts.
I must have time to gather my will.
Fucking cocos. This is no bismuth. This Orichalcum and Crimson and Cocoa Buds. There's one sulfur somewhere lurking. One sulfur somewhere lurking. There is him sulfur.
Packed with energy.
Good, where is him, Buncher? Give me more Bismuth, you coconut. Give me more Bismuth, you cocoa butt.
Greetings.
No Bismuth for us.
Go with courage.
We push 200,000 packers inside. Oh, we good. How much packers do we need? Oh, we don't have blue Zantin, man. We push 200 packers. Oh, we don't have blue Zantin. It's sketchy with it, it's sketchy. We need blue Zantin. Again. Full package. Full package of blue Zantin. Yeah. It's gonna give us good bunchers.
Hello. What do you need?
So 70, 25, 67, 25 bucklers. 41 minutes is the closest shipment. Sivo, C Valor, Kate's Eastern Star, and the Cardigans are. Those are the names of the JoJo. And they're bringing some stuff in. They're bringing some stuff. We got again a good bunch of ore, good bunch. I think we're gonna grab some more. I think we grab a little bit more ore. I think we grab a little bit more, okay, boys? A little bit, just the buncher, just the buncher. Just the buncher, just to be sure. Just to be sure, just one buncher of an ore. Should we go for a fucking deals, man? Should we try the fucking deals, man? Let's try the deals for a change. Look how many fuckers are in deals. Look at it. Oh, I'm using the... Ah, this is not good. This is not good because I'm using the random divination card. Forget about that. Look how many puckers are in deals. Look at this. What is this? What is this?
Another fool for the deep. I must have time to carve on my will.
I never won't like too much very easy. They also they always like we grab a few bunchers, there we are. This is taking too long. Yeah, this map is too long. Too many packers on too many sides. Yeah, look at the amount of packers. This is a heavy map. Fuck this map. Got one base move.
This.
The box. $1,200 very easy. 1,200 very easy. And a box. That's big. And of course this bagler. They grab a bunch. Smilnici! Roháč! Čo je žena? It was a mistake doing this bachelor. This is not good, we need to stick with deals. This is horseshit.
Greetings.
This is bullshit.
Journey well.
This was a pure miscalculation on my part. Pure miscalculation. We don't want to be miscalculated like this, but we were hugely miscalculated. But it's on me. Strand is the big boo-boo. Like too much packers, too much crackers, too much fuckers, too much low juice. No, fuck that. Crimson. Bunch of Crimson. Orichalcum. And a box.
With that.
Orichalcum and a box. Bagler. A toto je posledná mapa, poďme odsypať relaxačný tréningový deň. Brian King's domain. Oh, fuck him. Finally we got some bismuth. There was a time we see bismuth, now we got one. We got map. We got a good bunch of 11s. Those can be turned. I think Totem was here, right? Or maybe it wasn't Totem, maybe it just was the bismuth impact. The airborne.
Have a nice day.
$700. Oh, what is doing those bugglers on me? Someone was doing a pretty good dibs on me. Pretty good dips. $19 left. Ako ak stand nebude, ďalšiu ligu, tak to bude veľmi smutné. Alebo ak stand dajú ako 14-kovú mapu, aj to bude veľmi smutné. Potom by bol stand do tej 12-ky, vezme OK. Uvidíme, že s tým sa vysporiadame, čo bude, to bude. Čo bude, to bude, s tým sa vysporiadame. We're gonna crack that one. We need some dust for the big boys.
Hello.
It's gonna be a cracker. We're gonna do this 40 map. It's not doable, so we spunk it. Yeah, this is good. Totem chainers. It's fine. Can live with that. We got a brownie too. We're gonna spunk this. This deal is to 20. It's good item level 82. It's gonna have some pinglers with it. Pinglers. Dobre páni, takže urobili sme nejaké fagany. Je síce ideálne. Tovaru je dosť. Tovaru je dosť. Trošku bismut nám začal viaznúť.
Oh, good. What can I do for you? Oh, it's you.
Only 29,000 bucklers for the others. Fucking bitch fucks. So let's see if we get something chilly. Maybe we can buy Impulse a Broken Heart. Or we can buy Prince Guardian. Or we can buy Hiri higher. Here is our Zodiac. Is it worth buying this for 6 bucklers? I guess I find out. It's 6 bucklers, pretty cheap. I think it's gonna be good.
It seems every dog has his day.
I think it's fine. I think this should be worth at least 80,000 bucklers. 80,000 bucklers when we sneak it like this. It should be 80,000 bucklers, huh?
Come on in. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's 111 bucklers. It's even better than this buckler. Here is ours pretty good for the bucklery. Takže tu dobehneme nejaký dust.
Who's that?
Dust mi trošku viazne.
I see ya.
Najbližšie lode máme o 12 minút, príde zásielka z pódiumu, donesie amulety. Takže uvidíme, čo z toho vznikne. Takže aj Hiri sa oplatí odkupovať. To sa hýbe na slušnej úrovni. Ale páni, takže vidíme sa pri relaxačnom tréningovom dni číslo 990. Dobre páni? Tak zatiaľ vidíme sa.